Most philosophers are known for one big idea. Russell had dozens, and many of them fundamentally changed their fields. He discovered a paradox that shook the foundations of mathematics. He invented a theory of how language connects to reality that became the basis for much of 20th century philosophy. He developed a method of analyzing problems that influenced everything from computer science to artificial intelligence. He wrote about war, education, sexuality, religion, and happiness in ways that challenged the deepest assumptions of his time and ours. But Russell's greatness lies not just in the breadth of his contributions. It lies in his method, his unflinching commitment to following reason wherever it leads, even when it led him to uncomfortable conclusions, even when it cost him jobs, friendships, and freedom. He believed that clear thinking could solve human problems, that precision in language could eliminate confusion, and that intellectual honesty was a moral duty. In this exploration, we will journey through Russell's entire philosophical landscape. We will see how a single paradox about sets led him to reconstruct all of mathematics. We will examine how his theories about language changed what philosophy could be. We will investigate his radical views on knowledge, his arguments against religion, his vision for education and society, and the deep tensions and contradictions that emerged in his thinking. We will not shy away from the places where Russell failed, where his ideas collapsed, or where scholars have found fatal flaws. This is the complete picture, both the genius and the limitations. Part 1. The Logical Foundation and Russell's Paradox. In the summer of 1901, Bertrand Russell discovered something terrifying. He found a contradiction at the heart of mathematics, a paradox so simple a child could understand it, yet so profound it threatened to collapse the entire structure of logical thought. This discovery would consume the next decade of his life and produce one of the most ambitious intellectual projects in human history. To understand Russell's paradox, we need to go back to the basic concept of a set. A set is just a collection of things: the set of all apples in your kitchen, the set of all even numbers, the set of all people who have walked on the moon. Simple enough. Now, here is where it gets interesting. A set can contain other sets. The set of all sets of apples is itself a set. And crucially, a set can even contain itself. The set of all sets is itself a set, so it contains itself. Russell asked a deceptively simple question. Consider the set of all sets that do not contain themselves. Most sets do not contain themselves. The set of all apples is not itself an apple. The set of all even numbers is not itself an even number. So we can gather all these sets together into one big set, the set of all sets that do not contain themselves. Now, here is the fatal question. Does this set contain itself? Think about it carefully. If this set contains itself, then it must not contain itself, because it is supposed to contain only sets that do not contain themselves. But if it does not contain itself, then it should contain itself, because it is supposed to contain all sets that do not contain themselves, and it is one of those sets. Either way, we have a contradiction. If it does not. If it does not, it does. Logic itself seems to have broken. This was not a curiosity or a mere puzzle. Mathematicians at the time were trying to ground all of mathematics in set theory, to show that every mathematical truth could be derived from simple logical principles about sets. Gottlob Frege, the great German logician, had spent decades building this foundation. When Russell wrote to him explaining the paradox, Frege immediately understood the disaster. He wrote back that his life's work had been shaken. The foundation was cracked. Russell's response to his own paradox was characteristically ambitious. If the foundations of mathematics were broken, he would rebuild them. Along with Alfred North Whitehead, his former teacher, Russell spent the next 10 years creating the Principia Mathematica, published in 3 volumes between 1910 and 1913. This work attempted to derive all of mathematics from pure logic, using a system so rigorous that every step was justified, every assumption made explicit. The method Russell developed was brutal in its precision. He introduced what he called the theory of types. The basic idea is to prevent sets from containing themselves by creating a hierarchy. Objects are type 0. Sets of objects are type 1. Sets of objects are type 2. And so on, climbing up an infinite ladder. A set can only contain things from a lower type than itself. This makes Russell's paradox impossible to formulate. You cannot ask whether the set of all sets that do not contain themselves contains itself, because there is no such thing as the set of all sets. Every set exists at some specific level in the hierarchy. But this solution came at a cost. The theory of types is extraordinarily complex and feels artificial. It solves the paradox by ruling it out by fiat, by changing the rules of what we are allowed to talk about. Many mathematicians found this unsatisfying. It felt like fixing a broken bridge by putting up a sign that says, "Do not cross here," rather than actually repairing the structure. Moreover, the Principia Mathematica itself is nearly unreadable. It takes hundreds of pages of dense symbolic notation just to prove that 1 + 1 = 2. The notation is so complex that only specialists can follow it, and even after all that work, the system requires axioms that seem less self-evident than the mathematics they are supposed to justify. The axiom of reducibility, which Russell had to introduce to make the system work, struck many logicians as arbitrary and unmotivated. Here is the deeper issue. Russell wanted to show that mathematics is just logic, that mathematical truths are really logical truths. This position is called logicism. The idea is beautiful. If mathematics is just logic, then mathematical truth is certain, necessary and knowable through pure reason alone. We do not need to conduct experiments or make observations. We just need to think clearly. But the execution revealed profound problems. To make logicism work, Russell had to introduce axioms that do not look like pure logic at all. The axiom of infinity, which states that there are infinitely many objects in the universe, seems like a claim about the physical world, not a truth of logic. The axiom of choice, another principle he needed, remains controversial among mathematicians to this day. So did Russell actually reduce mathematics to logic, or did he just reduce it to logic, plus some extra assumptions that are not purely logical? Then, in 1931, Kurt Gödel delivered a devastating blow. Gödel proved 2 incompleteness theorems that showed fundamental limits to what any logical system can achieve. The first theorem proves that in any consistent mathematical system powerful enough to express basic arithmetic, there are true statements that cannot be proved within the system. The second theorem proves that no such system can prove its own consistency. These results meant that Russell's dream of putting all of mathematics on a complete, consistent, purely logical foundation was impossible in principle. Russell's response to Gödel is fascinating and reveals much about his character. He did not deny the results or try to find loopholes. He accepted them, acknowledged that his project had failed in its strongest form, and moved on to other problems. For Russell, the pursuit of truth was more important than protecting his ego or his legacy. If his ideas were wrong, he wanted to know it. But calling the project a failure is too simple. The Principia Mathematica, despite its flaws, created the language and methods that made modern logic possible. Russell's notation influenced everything from computer programming languages to artificial intelligence systems. His technique of rigorous analysis, breaking complex problems into simpler logical components, became the standard method in analytic philosophy. Computer scientists today recognize Russell as a foundational figure, even if mathematicians see his logicist program as unsuccessful. The paradox itself remains important. It is not just a quirky puzzle. It reveals something deep about self-reference and the limits of formalization. Similar paradoxes appear throughout logic and language. The liar paradox, which we will explore later, has the same structure. A sentence that says, "This sentence is false," creates the same kind of contradiction as the set that contains all sets that do not contain themselves. These paradoxes suggest that there might be fundamental limits to how precisely we can talk about language using language, or how completely we can formalize thought using thought itself. Scholars still debate what exactly Russell's paradox teaches us. Some see it as showing that naive set theory is inconsistent and must be replaced with something more careful. Others see it as revealing that some questions are simply ill-formed and should not be asked. Still others argue that it demonstrates the incompleteness of any formal system and the inevitable presence of self-referential tangles in logical thought. The practical lesson from Russell's work on foundations is this: precision matters. Being clear about your assumptions matters. Questioning basic concepts that everyone takes for granted can reveal hidden contradictions. And sometimes the attempt to solve a problem, even if it fails, opens up entire new fields of inquiry. Russell did not succeed in reducing mathematics to logic, but he created the tools that made 20th century logic, computer science, and analytic philosophy possible. That is not failure. That is transformation. Part 2. Theory of Descriptions and Philosophy of Language. In 1905, Bertrand Russell published a paper called On Denoting that would revolutionize how philosophers think about language, meaning, and reality. The paper is only 12 pages long, but it contains one of the most influential ideas in 20th century philosophy, what Russell called the theory of descriptions. To understand why this matters, we need to see the problem Russell was trying to solve, a problem that seems trivial at first, but turns out to touch the deepest questions about how language works. Consider the sentence, "The present King of France is bald." This seems like a simple statement that is either true or false. But there is no present King of France. France is a republic. So is the sentence true or false? You might think it is false, since there is no such person who is bald. But if it is false, then its negation should be true. The negation would be, the present King of France is not bald. But that seems false too, for the same reason there is no King of France to be either bald or not bald. This creates a puzzle. We seem to have a sentence and its negation both being false, which violates basic logic. The Austrian philosopher Alexius Meinong had a solution. He argued that the King of France exists, just not in the actual world. He subsists in some realm of possible or non-existent objects. So we can truly say things about him, even though he does not exist in reality. This seemed bizarre to Russell. It populated the universe with all sorts of imaginary entities, golden mountains, round squares, the largest prime number, all subsisting in some ghostly realm. Russell's solution was radical and elegant. He argued that sentences like "the present King of France is bald" are not really about an object at all. They look grammatically like they are about something, but their logical form is completely different from their grammatical form. When we analyze the sentence properly, Russell said, we see it is really making three claims at once. First, there is at least one King of France. Second, there is at most one King of France. Third, whatever is the King of France is bald. Put together, the sentence means there exists something that is King of France, nothing else is King of France, and that thing is bald. Now we can see clearly why the sentence is false. It is false because the first part is false, there is no King of France at all. We do not need to posit non-existent objects. We just need to understand the real logical structure hiding beneath the grammatical surface. This might seem like a small technical fix, but its implications were enormous. Russell showed that grammar misleads us about reality. Sentences that seem to be about objects might not be about objects at all. Language has a surface structure that we see and a deep structure that logic reveals. Philosophy's job, Russell argued, is to dig beneath the misleading surface of language to find the true logical form beneath. Let me give you a concrete example of why this matters. Consider the sentence, Sherlock Holmes lived on Baker Street. This seems true in some sense, even though Sherlock Holmes never existed. But how can a sentence about a non-existent person be true? Russell's analysis helps. The sentence is not really about an object named Sherlock Holmes. It is shorthand for something more complex. In the stories written by Arthur Conan Doyle, there is a character described such and such way, and that character is described as living on Baker Street. Now, we are not committing ourselves to non-existent detectives. We are just talking about what is true in a fictional context. Russell's theory of descriptions became the foundation for much of analytic philosophy's approach to language. It established a method when you encounter a philosophical problem, analyze the language involved. Break sentences down into their logical components. See what they're really saying. Often, Russell believed, philosophical problems arise because we are confused by the grammar of our language. Clear up the language, and the problem dissolves. But the theory faced serious challenges almost immediately. The philosopher P.F. Strawson published a famous critique in 1950 called On Referring. Strawson argued that Russell had confused meaning with reference. The sentence, "The present King of France is bald," is not false, Strawson said. It fails to say anything true or false at all because it presupposes something false, that there is a King of France. When presuppositions fail, sentences do not get truth values. They are neither true nor false, just as the question, "Have you stopped beating your wife?" cannot be answered yes or no if you never beat your wife in the first place. Strawson's critique points to something Russell's theory struggles with, the pragmatic dimension of language. When we use language, we are not just stating facts. We are assuming contexts, presupposing shared knowledge, doing things with words. Russell's theory treats sentences as if they stand alone, eternal and context-free. but real language use is messier. The same sentence can mean different things in different contexts. If I say the table is covered with books, which table am I talking about? It depends on context. Russell's logical analysis seems to strip away too much of what makes language work. There is a deeper issue. Russell's theory assumes that we can always translate ordinary language into a perfect logical language where the true structure is revealed. But can we? The later philosopher Willard Van Orman Quine argued that translation is indeterminate, that there is no unique correct way to translate ordinary language into logical form. Different translations might capture different aspects of meaning. If that is right, then Russell's hope of finding the one true logical form beneath grammatical appearances is illusory. Despite these criticisms, Russell's approach transformed philosophy. Before Russell, philosophers wrote in sweeping, often vague prose about grand metaphysical systems. After Russell, a whole tradition of philosophy became focused on precision, logical analysis, and careful attention to language. This analytic tradition dominates philosophy in the English-speaking world today. Whether you agree with Russell or not, you are working in a landscape he created. Russell's theory of descriptions also had unexpected applications. In computer science, his ideas about how names and descriptions relate to objects influenced how programming languages handle variables and references. In linguistics, his distinction between surface grammar and deep logical form anticipated later theories about deep structure in syntax. In artificial intelligence, researchers building systems that understand natural language still grapple with problems Russell identified. How do we represent the meaning of sentences that contain non-referring terms? But here is where Russell's approach shows its limits. Consider metaphorical language, poetic language, or emotional expression. When someone says, "My heart is broken," should we analyze this into logical components? There exists an X such that X is my heart and X is broken? Obviously not. The sentence is not making a literal claim about a damaged organ. It is expressing emotional pain through metaphor. Russell's logical analysis seems powerless here, or worse, it seems to destroy the very thing that makes the language meaningful. Russell was aware of this limitation, but he did not see it as a problem for philosophy. He thought philosophy's concern was with literal truth, with precise claims about reality. Poetry, metaphor, emotional expression, these belonged to a different domain. They might be valuable, even essential to human life, but they were not the business of philosophy. This view has been deeply controversial. Critics argue that Russell's approach relegates vast areas of human meaning and experience to a philosophical dustbin, treating them as merely subjective or emotive, unworthy of serious analysis. The feminist philosopher Andrea Nye argued that Russell's obsession with logical form and mathematical precision reflects a particularly masculine approach to knowledge, one that values detachment, abstraction, and control over connection, context, and relationship. Whether or not you accept this gendered reading, Nye points to something real. Russell's philosophy privileges a certain kind of discourse, scientific, logical, literal, and treats other kinds of discourse as philosophically uninteresting. This might tell us more about Russell's values than about the nature of meaning itself. Another profound critique comes from ordinary language philosophers like J.L. Austin. Austin argued that Russell fundamentally misunderstood what language does. Language is not primarily for stating facts about the world. It is for doing things, making promises, giving orders, asking questions, expressing feelings, performing marriages, declaring war. Russell's theory treats all language as if it were in the business of describing reality and being true or false. But most language is not like that. When I say, "I promise to meet you tomorrow," I am not describing a promise. I am making a promise. The sentence does not have a truth value in Russell's sense at all. Yet, for all these limitations, Russell's core insight remains powerful. Grammar can be deeply misleading about logical structure. Surface appearances can hide what is really being said. Careful analysis can reveal commitments and implications we did not notice. These ideas are tools, not dogmas. Used wisely, they illuminate. Used rigidly, they distort. Russell himself, in his later work, became less confident that logical analysis could solve all philosophical problems. He acknowledged that language is more complex, more context-dependent, more resistant to formalization than he initially thought. The theory of descriptions represents both Russell's greatest achievement in philosophy of language and the clearest example of his method's limitations. It solved genuine puzzles. It created new tools for thinking clearly. But it also revealed that logic alone cannot capture everything meaningful about how we use language. The tension between Russell's rigorous formalism and the messy reality of human communication remains unresolved in philosophy today. It is a productive tension, one that continues to generate new insights and new debates. Part 3. Logical Atomism and Metaphysics. After Russell developed his theory of descriptions, he extended his logical analysis from language to reality itself. The result was a metaphysical theory called logical atomism, which Russell developed in its fullest form around 1918. This theory attempts to describe the ultimate structure of reality, what the world is really made of at its most fundamental level. It is Russell's most ambitious and most controversial metaphysical position. The basic idea is simple but radical. Reality, Russell argued, is built from atomic facts, facts that cannot be broken down further. These atomic facts are composed of simple objects standing in simple relations. Everything else, all the complex truths about the world, are just logical combinations of these atomic facts. The world is not made of things, substances, or matter in the traditional sense. It is made of facts, and facts are logical structures. To understand this, think about an ordinary statement. The apple is red. According to logical atomism, this statement is true because there exists an atomic fact in the world, the fact that a certain particular object has a certain property. We can represent this logically. There is a particular, call it A, and a property, call it red, and the fact consists in a having that property. This atomic fact is a building block of reality itself, not just of our language about reality. Russell believed that through logical analysis we could break down complex statements into their atomic components. Take a complex statement like "all the apples in the basket are red." This is not itself an atomic fact. It is a logical combination of many atomic facts. This apple is red, that apple is red, and so on, plus the general claim that there are no other apples in the basket. The complex truth is built from simple truths combined by logical operations like and, or, and not. Now, here is where it gets philosophically interesting. Russell claimed that the particulars that make up atomic facts are not physical objects in the ordinary sense. They are not apples or tables or chairs. Those are complex constructions. The real particulars are what Russell called sense data, the immediate contents of experience. A patch of red in your visual field, a particular sound, a momentary sensation of hardness. These are the true simples, the atoms from which reality is built. Why did Russell think this? His reasoning came from epistemology, the theory of knowledge. Russell believed we could only have certain knowledge of what we directly experience. We experience sense data immediately, but physical objects like apples or tables are theoretical constructions, inferences we make from our sense data. So if we want to build a metaphysics on solid foundations, on things we genuinely know to exist, we should start with sense data, not physical objects. This leads to a startling conclusion. According to logical atomism, physical objects are logical constructions out of sense data. A table is not a simple object, it is a pattern, a systematic correlation of different sense data that appear under different conditions. When you see the table, you get certain visual sense data. When you touch it, you get tactile sense data. When you walk around it, you get different visual sense data. The table is the logical structure that connects all these experiences together. Russell summarized this with a provocative claim. Wherever possible, he said, substitute constructions for inferences. Instead of inferring that there is a physical table causing your sense data, construct the table out of the sense data themselves using logical operations. This eliminates the need to posit things beyond experience. Everything is built from what we directly know. The problems with this view are severe and became apparent quickly. First, there is the problem of other minds. If reality is built from my sense data, what about your sense data? I do not have direct access to your experiences, so how can I know that you are conscious? How can I even meaningfully talk about your experiences if they are not part of my sense data? Russell's response was that other people are also logical constructions from my sense data. You are, from my perspective, a pattern of behaviours and appearances that I observe. But this seems to lead straight to solipsism, the view that only I exist, that everything else is just my experience. Russell denied he was a solipsist. He insisted that logical atomism allows for multiple perspectives, multiple sets of sense data. But critics have argued that once you start with one person's sense data as your foundation, you can never logically get to anyone else's. The whole framework is infected with a kind of subjective idealism that Russell claimed to reject. Second, there is the problem of identifying what counts as atomic. Russell kept changing his mind about what the true simples were. Are they sense data? Are they momentary experiences? Are they properties like colours and shapes? Are they space-time points? His answers shifted throughout his career. This suggests that the whole project of finding logical atoms might be misguided. Perhaps there are no ultimate simples. Perhaps reality is complex all the way down, or perhaps the idea of breaking things into atoms only makes sense relative to some purpose or framework. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, who was Russell's student and later his harshest critic, initially embraced logical atomism. Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, published in 1921, presents a version of logical atomism even more extreme than Russell's. But later, Wittgenstein completely rejected the approach. In his later work, especially the Philosophical Investigations, Wittgenstein argued that the search for logical atoms is a philosophical confusion. Language does not have a hidden logical structure waiting to be discovered. Meaning is not about correspondence to atomic facts. Meaning is use. It is what we do with words in actual contexts. This later, Wittgenstein represents a devastating critique of Russell's entire project. If language has no single logical form, if meaning is irreducibly plural and context-dependent, then the dream of logical atomism collapses. There is no perfect logical language because there is no single structure that language must mirror. Philosophy is not about discovering hidden depths. It is about dissolving confusions that arise from misunderstanding how language actually works. Another profound problem is the relationship between logic and metaphysics in Russell's system. Russell claimed he was discovering the structure of reality through logical analysis. But how can logic tell us what exists? Logic is about relations between truths, about what follows from what. It seems to be a matter of necessity and form, not a matter of what actually exists in the world. Yet Russell wanted to read metaphysics directly off of logic. He thought that the logical form of our truest statements would reveal the structure of reality. Critics have argued this commits a fundamental error, confusing the structure of our representations with the structure of what is represented. Just because our language has a certain logical form does not mean reality must have that same form. Maybe reality is non-logical, or maybe it has a structure that cannot be captured in any logical system we can devise. Russell's assumption that logic and metaphysics must align seems like faith, not argument. There is also a historical irony here. Russell developed logical atomism partly in response to the British Hegelians who dominated philosophy when he was young. The Hegelians believed in monism, the view that reality is one interconnected whole where everything is internally related to everything else. Russell found this view obscure and unscientific. He wanted a metaphysics where things are externally related, where facts are independent and can be understood in isolation. Logical atomism was meant to be the anti-Hegelian philosophy, clear, scientific and pluralistic. But in practice, logical atomism shares more with Hegelianism than Russell wanted to admit. Both are grand, systematic metaphysics that tried to deduce the structure of reality from pure thought. Both assume that philosophy can give us a complete theory of everything. Both dismiss ordinary experience and common sense in favour of abstract theoretical entities. The British philosopher F. H. Bradley, the greatest of the Hegelians, pointed out these similarities mockingly. He suggested that Russell had simply replaced one monism with another, replacing the absolute with the totality of atomic facts. Despite all these problems, logical atomism was incredibly influential. It shaped how philosophers thought about the relationship between language, logic and reality throughout the 20th century. The logical positivists, a group of philosophers working in Vienna in the 1920s and 30s, adopted many of Russell's ideas. They tried to show that all meaningful statements were either empirical claims about sense data or logical tautologies. Everything else, they claimed, was literally nonsense, including most traditional metaphysics, ethics and theology. The logical positivists pushed Russell's ideas to an extreme, but their project ultimately failed. Their verification principle, which said that a statement is meaningful only if it can be verified by observation, turned out to be self-refuting. The verification principle itself cannot be verified by observation, so by its own standard it is meaningless. Moreover, the attempt to reduce all knowledge to sense data and logic could not account for basic scientific claims about atoms, electrons, or causation. Science talks about unobservable entities and makes inferences that go far beyond immediate experience. Russell himself eventually abandoned strict logical atomism. By the 1940s, he had moved toward what he called neutral monism, a view we will examine later. He acknowledged that the foundations of knowledge were less certain than he had hoped, that the gap between sense data and physical objects could not be bridged by logic alone. His late work shows a philosopher who had learned from his failures, who had the intellectual honesty to admit when his theories did not work. Yet the questions logical atomism raised remain urgent. What is the relationship between language and reality? Are there simple basic facts, or is everything complex and interconnected? Can we know reality as it is in itself, or only reality as it appears to us? Can logic reveal the structure of the world, or only the structure of our thoughts about the world? These questions still drive contemporary metaphysics and philosophy of language. The legacy of logical atomism is paradoxical. As a specific theory, it failed. Few philosophers today believe that reality is made of sense data, or that complex truths are just logical combinations of atomic facts. But as a method and a set of questions, it transformed philosophy. Russell taught philosophers to take language seriously, to demand precision, to look for hidden structure beneath surface appearances. Even philosophers who reject his answers still work with his questions and tools. That is perhaps the mark of a truly great philosopher, not that they gave us final truths, but that they changed what we think philosophy should do and how we should do it. Part 4. Theory of Knowledge and Epistemology. Russell spent much of his career trying to answer a question that has haunted philosophy since ancient Greece. What can we know, and how can we know it? His epistemology, his theory of knowledge, evolved dramatically throughout his life, moving from confident rationalism to increasing skepticism and uncertainty. The story of this evolution reveals both the power of philosophical rigor and its limits. Russell began with a distinction that shaped all his thinking about knowledge. He distinguished between knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description. Knowledge by acquaintance is direct, immediate awareness of something. Right now, you are acquainted with your own thoughts, your current sensations, perhaps a feeling of curiosity or concentration. You do not infer these things or learn about them indirectly. They are simply present to your consciousness. Knowledge by description, in contrast, is indirect. You know about Julius Caesar not by acquaintance, obviously, since he has been dead for over 2,000 years. You know about him through descriptions, through what you have read in history books, through inferences from evidence. Most of what we claim to know is knowledge by description. You know that atoms exist not because you have seen them, but because atomic theory best explains certain observations and experimental results. Russell's epistemology gave absolute priority to knowledge by acquaintance. He believed that all knowledge must ultimately rest on a foundation of things we know directly, immediately, with certainty. Everything else is inference, construction, or conjecture built on that foundation. This position is called foundationalism, and it is one of the oldest strategies in epistemology. The idea is to find some beliefs that are absolutely certain, self-evident or indubitable, and then build all other knowledge on that secure base. What can we know by acquaintance? Russell's answer shifted over time, but at various points he included sense data, universals like redness or roundness, logical truths, and possibly our own present mental states. These are the givens of experience, the raw materials that cannot be doubted because they are immediately present to consciousness. The problems begin when we try to move beyond these givens. Consider a simple case. You look at what appears to be a table. You have certain visual sense data, a brown rectangular patch in your visual field, certain textures, shadows, highlights. But the table itself, as a physical object existing independently of your perception, is not something you are directly acquainted with. It is an inference, a postulate, a theoretical construction. How do we know the table exists when we are not looking at it? How do we know it has a backside that we cannot currently see? How do we know it is solid all the way through, that it is not a hollow shell? These questions might seem silly, but they point to a deep problem. Everything we believe about physical objects goes beyond what we directly experience. We are constantly making inferences from the given to the not given. Russell tried various strategies to justify these inferences. At different times he appealed to causal principles, arguing that our sense data must be caused by something external to us, and that something is the physical world. But this raises an immediate question. How do we know the causation works that way? Our knowledge of causation itself comes from experience, from observing regularities. So we seem to be in a circle using experience to justify our beliefs about things beyond experience, then using those beliefs to justify further inferences. The skeptical challenge here is profound. If all we directly know is our own sense data, our own experiences, how do we ever get beyond them to know anything about an external world? This is the problem of the external world, and it has bedeviled philosophy since Descartes. Russell was acutely aware of the problem, but never found a solution he considered fully satisfactory. One of Russell's most famous thought experiments illustrates the difficulty. Imagine, he suggested, that the world came into existence 5 minutes ago, complete with all our memories, all the apparent traces of history, all the fossils and historical records. Everything would appear exactly as it does now. Could we prove this hypothesis false? Russell argued we could not. All our evidence comes from present experience and memory, but if the world were only 5 minutes old with false memories implanted, the evidence would be identical. Russell did not believe the 5-minute hypothesis was true. He thought it was absurd, but he could not find a logical proof that it was false. This bothered him deeply. It suggested that some of our most basic beliefs about reality, including the belief that the world has a past, cannot be logically demonstrated from what we directly experience. They require something else. An act of faith, an acceptance of certain principles that make science possible even if they cannot be proven. This led Russell to posit certain fundamental principles that he called postulates of scientific inference. These include the principle that similar causes have similar effects, the principle that our memories are generally reliable, the principle that testimony from others is generally trustworthy, and several others. These principles cannot be proven from pure logic or from immediate experience. But without them, Russell argued, we cannot justify our belief in science, history, or any knowledge beyond our own present experience. Here is the crucial point. Russell started as a foundationalist, believing that all knowledge could be built on an absolutely certain base. But he ended up acknowledging that we must accept certain unprovable principles to make knowledge possible. This is a kind of defeat for foundationalism. If the foundation itself requires unprovable assumptions, then we have not really eliminated the need for faith or conjecture. We have just pushed it back one level. The philosopher C.I. Lewis and later W.V.O. Quine argued that Russell's epistemology contained a fundamental error. The error was thinking that there is a clear, sharp boundary between what we know directly and what we infer. Quine argued that our knowledge forms a web of belief, a network where every belief supports and is supported by many others. There are no absolutely basic beliefs that stand alone. Even our beliefs about our own sense data are theory-laden, shaped by concepts and categories we have learned. Consider seeing a table. You do not first see a brown rectangular patch and then infer a table. You just see a table. The interpretation is immediate, automatic, unavoidable. Trying to isolate pure sense data, uninterpreted raw feels, is an artificial philosophical exercise that does not capture how perception actually works. Our experience always comes to us already conceptualized, already organized, already meaningful. This critique suggests that Russell's entire epistemological project was misconceived. He was trying to build knowledge from the ground up, starting with certainty and adding justified beliefs one by one. But maybe knowledge does not have that structure. Maybe it is more like a ship that we rebuild plank by plank while floating on the sea, to use Quine's famous metaphor. We start in the middle with a working set of beliefs, and we adjust them as we go, but we never tear the whole thing down to examine the foundation, because there is no foundation independent of the structure itself. Another devastating critique came from the later Wittgenstein, who argued that Russell's conception of knowledge by acquaintance is incoherent. To know something, even to know that you are having a particular sensation, requires concepts, categories, language. But once language is involved, we are already in a public social practice. There is no purely private, purely subjective given. Even the supposed certainties of immediate experience depend on our ability to recognize, identify, and classify them, and that ability is learned, social, and fallible. Wittgenstein argued that Russell had created a philosophical fantasy, the idea of a pure, certain core of experience untouched by language or thought. In reality, Wittgenstein claimed, knowledge is always embedded in practices, in what he called language games and forms of life. Trying to justify these practices from outside them, from some point of absolute certainty, is impossible because there is no such point. We are always already inside language, culture, and practice when we ask questions about knowledge. Russell's response to these critiques was complex. In his later work, especially in Human Knowledge, its scope and limits published in 1948, he acknowledged many of the difficulties. He admitted that the gap between sense data and physical objects was larger than he had hoped. He conceded that scientific knowledge requires postulates that cannot be proven. He even suggested that complete certainty might be impossible and that we should be content with high probability. But Russell never fully abandoned foundationalism. He continued to believe that some beliefs are more basic than others, that knowledge has a structure where some things are known directly and others are inferred, even if the boundaries are blurry and the foundations are less certain than he originally thought. This stubborn commitment to a hierarchical structure of knowledge reflects something deep in Russell's philosophical temperament, his need for order, clarity, and logical rigour. The debate over foundationalism continues in epistemology today. Some philosophers have embraced coherentism, the view that beliefs are justified not by resting on a foundation, but by fitting together in a coherent system. Others have developed reliabilism, the view that a belief is justified if it is produced by a reliable cognitive process, regardless of whether you have access to reasons for it. Still others have argued for contextualism, the view that whether a belief counts as knowledge depends on the context, the stakes, and the standards in play. Russell's Epistemology also raised important questions about skepticism. If we start by doubting everything except our immediate experience, how do we ever overcome that doubt? Russell's answer was to posit principles of inference that we must accept to make knowledge possible. But this seems like an admission that skepticism cannot be refuted on its own terms. We have to choose to accept certain principles, to make a kind of pragmatic commitment to belief in an external world and other minds, even if we cannot prove these things with logical certainty. This raises a deeper question about the value of epistemology itself. If philosophical analysis reveals that we cannot justify our most basic beliefs, what good is philosophy? Should we simply accept our common-sense beliefs and stop worrying about justification? Russell would have said no. Even if we cannot achieve certainty, the attempt to clarify our commitments, to understand what we are assuming and why, is valuable. It makes us more aware of the limits of our knowledge and more humble about our claims. But critics argue that Russell's epistemology did more harm than good. By setting impossibly high standards for knowledge, by demanding certainty where none is available, Russell made ordinary knowledge seem mysterious and problematic. This created pseudo-problems that philosophers then spent decades trying to solve. A more sensible approach, critics say, would be to start with the fact that we do know many things and then try to understand how that knowledge works, rather than starting with skeptical doubt and trying to overcome it. The practical applications of Russell's epistemology have been mixed. In artificial intelligence, researchers initially tried to build knowledge systems on foundations with basic facts and inference rules, but they discovered that knowledge is messier, more interconnected, and more context-dependent than foundationalism suggests. Modern AI systems often use probabilistic reasoning and machine learning rather than logical inference from certain foundations. In education, Russell's ideas about knowledge by acquaintance influenced debates about direct experience versus abstract learning. Should we teach children through direct, hands-on experience or through descriptions, lectures and books? Russell himself wrote extensively on education, arguing for a balance but emphasizing the importance of direct experience, especially in early childhood. His educational philosophy, which we will examine later, tried to apply his epistemology to practical questions about how children learn and grow. Perhaps the most lasting contribution of Russell's epistemology is not his specific theories, but his insistence that we take skepticism seriously. We should not be complacent about what we know. We should examine our beliefs, test them, question them, and be willing to revise them in light of new evidence. This attitude of critical inquiry, of never resting content with received opinion, is the heart of Russell's philosophical spirit. Even if his solutions failed, his questions remain essential. Part 5. The Problems of Philosophy and the External World. In 1912, Russell published what would become one of his most enduring works, The Problems of Philosophy. This short book, written for a general audience, lays out Russell's views on fundamental questions about reality, knowledge, and truth in remarkably clear prose. It is also the fullest expression of his realism, his belief that there is a real world independent of our minds, and that philosophy's task is to understand that world as it truly is. The book begins with a deceptively simple question. Is there any knowledge in the world so certain that no reasonable person could doubt it? This is the fundamental question of epistemology, and Russell's answer shapes everything that follows. He argues that while much of what we believe is uncertain, we can be certain of our own immediate experiences, our sense data. When I seem to see a brown table, I may be wrong about the table, but I cannot be wrong that I am having certain visual experiences. But this creates what Russell calls the problem of appearance and reality. The table appears different from different angles, under different lighting, to different observers. Yet we believe there is one real table that exists independently of how it appears. How do we get from the many different appearances to the single reality? And more troubling, how do we know there is a real table at all, rather than just a collection of experiences? Russell's answer invokes a principle he considers self-evident but unprovable, the principle that our experiences are caused by something outside ourselves. The best explanation for why our experiences are orderly and coherent, why they fit together in predictable patterns, is that there is an external world causing them. This is an inference to the best explanation, what philosophers call abduction. We cannot prove the external world exists, but believing in it makes sense of our experience better than any alternative. Here, Russell confronts one of philosophy's oldest problems, the problem of induction. Every scientific law, every generalization about the world rests on inductive inference. We observe that the sun has risen every day in the past and conclude that it will rise tomorrow. But how do we know that past regularities will continue into the future? As the Scottish philosopher David Hume showed in the 18th century, we cannot justify induction without circularity. Any argument that the future will resemble the past itself relies on inductive reasoning. Russell struggled with this problem throughout his career. In The Problems of Philosophy, he suggests that we must accept induction as a basic principle of reasoning that cannot be proved but also cannot be doubted without giving up science entirely. This is unsatisfying. It seems like an admission that science rests on faith, on an unprovable assumption that nature is uniform and regular. If that is true, then the difference between science and religion becomes less clear. Both involve accepting certain principles on something other than purely logical grounds. The book also introduces Russell's theory of universals, his answer to one of the oldest problems in metaphysics. When we say that many different things are red, what do we mean? Are we saying they all have something in common, some universal property of redness that they share? Or is redness just a word we use to group similar things together, with no real unity except our classification? Russell defended realism about universals. He argued that universals like redness, roundness, or similarity really exist, independently of our minds and our language. When two things are similar, there really is a relation of similarity between them. This relation exists in reality, not just in our minds. Without universals, Russell argued, we cannot make sense of how language works or how we can have general knowledge. This position faces serious objections. Where do universals exist? They are not physical objects located in space and time. Do they exist in some Platonic heaven, outside space and time entirely? That seems metaphysically extravagant, populating the universe with abstract entities we can never observe. Moreover, it creates a puzzle about how we can know about universals if they are not physical. How does our mind make contact with these abstract objects? The alternative view, called nominalism, says that universals do not exist. There is no such thing as redness over and above particular red things. The word red is just a convenient label we use to group similar objects together. But this view faces its own problems. What makes certain things similar? If we say they are similar because they are all red, we seem to be invoking the universal of redness again. If we say they are similar because we classify them together, then we make similarity subjective and arbitrary. Russell argued that nominalism makes science impossible. Scientific laws are general statements about how all things of a certain kind behave. Newton's laws describe how all massive objects move. If there are no universals, if there is no such thing as mass or acceleration in general, only particular masses and particular accelerations, then how can scientific laws be true? They would not be about anything real. This debate about universals connects to Russell's broader realism about the external world. Russell believed that philosophy should take science seriously, that scientific knowledge is our best guide to what exists. Science describes a world of objects with properties and relations, a world that exists whether or not anyone observes it. Philosophy's job is not to question whether this world exists, but to understand how we can know about it and what its ultimate structure is. But the problems of philosophy also reveals tensions in Russell's realism. On one hand, Russell wants to say that we know about physical objects, about tables and chairs and stars. On the other hand, his epistemology says we only have direct knowledge of sense data, of appearances. So, do we really know about physical objects, or only about how they appear to us? Russell tries to bridge this gap by saying that physical objects are inferred from sense data, but he never fully explains how this inference works, or why it is justified. The philosopher Arthur Eddington later pointed out a deeper problem with Russell's approach. Eddington noted that there seemed to be two tables in Russell's philosophy. There is the table of common sense and direct experience, the brown, solid, familiar thing we eat dinner on. And there is the table of physics, which is mostly empty space occupied by quantum fields and subatomic particles. Which table is real? Russell wants to say both, but they seem incompatible. How can the same object be both solid and mostly empty, both brown and colourless, both at a definite location and smeared out in a quantum probability distribution? This problem, sometimes called the conflict between the manifest and scientific image, remains unresolved in philosophy. Do we take our ordinary experience as revealing reality, or do we privilege scientific descriptions? Russell wanted to do both, to respect common sense while ultimately giving priority to science. But he never successfully showed how these two perspectives can be reconciled. Another profound issue concerns the relationship between mind and matter in Russell's system. If we only know sense data directly, and sense data are mental entities, how do we ever get to know about matter, which is supposed to be something entirely different from mind? Russell's answer was that we do not know matter directly. We only know its effects on us, the sense data it causes. Matter itself is an unknown something that stands in causal relations to our experiences. But this seems deeply unsatisfying. It makes matter into a mysterious X, something we can never know in itself, but only through its effects. This is similar to Immanuel Kant's distinction between phenomena, things as they appear to us, and noumena, things as they are in themselves. Kant concluded that we can never know things in themselves, only their appearances. Russell wanted to reject Kant's idealism, but he ended up with a view that is structurally similar. Reality itself is unknowable. We only know its effects on our experience. Later in his career, Russell tried to solve this problem by moving away from the sharp distinction between mind and matter. He developed a view called neutral monism, which we will examine in detail later. The basic idea is that the fundamental stuff of reality is neither mental nor physical, but neutral, capable of being organized into both mental and physical structures depending on the relations involved. This eliminates the need to explain how mind and matter interact because they are not fundamentally different substances. But in The Problems of Philosophy, Russell was still committed to a dualism of mind and matter, and the problems this creates undermine his realism. If matter is unknowable in itself, if we can only know mental sense data, then in what sense are we realists about an external physical world? We seem to have accepted a kind of veil of ideas between us and reality, exactly the view that earlier empiricists like John Locke and George Berkeley struggled with. Berkeley's solution was radical idealism, arguing that material objects just are collections of ideas, that to exist is to be perceived. Russell found this view absurd, but his own position has trouble avoiding it. If all we ever encounter are mental sense data, why posit an unknowable matter behind them? Why not just accept that reality is mental, or at least that we cannot know whether it is mental or material? The Problems of Philosophy also contains Russell's most detailed discussion of truth. He defended what is called the correspondence theory of truth. A belief is true if it corresponds to a fact. When I believe that the table is brown, my belief is true if there really is a fact in the world, the fact that the table is brown. Truth is not about coherence with other beliefs or pragmatic usefulness or what most people accept. It is about matching reality. This sounds straightforward, but it faces immediate difficulties. What does correspondence mean exactly? My belief is a mental state, possibly involving language and concepts. A fact is presumably something in the world, independent of minds and language. How can a mental state correspond to a non-mental fact? What is the relationship between them? Russell tried various answers to this question, none entirely successful. He suggested that beliefs have a structure that mirrors the structure of facts. If I believe that Paris is in France, my belief has a structure involving two objects, Paris and France, and a relation, being in. The fact that makes my belief true also has that structure, the actual relation between Paris and France. Correspondence is this structural similarity. But what about false beliefs? If I believe that Paris is in Germany, my belief has the same kind of structure. But there is no corresponding fact because Paris is not in Germany. So what is my belief about? What gives it content and structure if there is no fact to correspond to it? Russell struggled with this problem of false beliefs throughout his career and never found a fully satisfactory solution. The correspondence theory also faces what is called the problem of the criterion. To know whether a belief corresponds to reality, we would need to compare the belief with reality directly. But we can never step outside our beliefs to see reality as it is in itself, unmediated by thought and perception. All we can ever do is compare one belief with another belief. So how can we ever know that our beliefs correspond to reality? The correspondence theory seems to make truth unknowable in principle. These problems led many philosophers to abandon the correspondence theory in favour of alternatives. The pragmatist William James argued that truth is what works, what proves useful in action and prediction. The coherence theorist F. H. Bradley argued that truth is systematic coherence with a comprehensive body of beliefs. The deflationist argued that truth is not a substantive property at all, that saying a belief is true is just a way of asserting the belief itself. Russell rejected all these alternatives. He thought pragmatism confused truth with utility, coherence theory confused truth with justification, and deflationism simply avoided the real question about what makes beliefs true or false. He remained committed to correspondence despite its difficulties because he believed that truth must be about reality, not just about our beliefs or their consequences. The Problems of Philosophy ends with a meditation on the value of philosophy itself. Russell acknowledged that philosophy does not provide definitive answers to its questions the way science does. But he argued that philosophy is valuable precisely because of its questions, not its answers. Philosophy enlarges our conception of what is possible. It shows us that our common-sense assumptions are not the only options. It keeps our minds flexible and open. Moreover, philosophy pursued for its own sake, without concern for practical utility, exemplifies the highest human capacity, the capacity for disinterested contemplation of truth. This is an idealistic vision of philosophy, one that many contemporary philosophers would question. Is philosophy really about pure contemplation, or should it engage with practical problems, with justice, with how we should live? Russell himself spent much of his later life engaged in practical issues, campaigning against war, advocating for social reform, writing about education and ethics. The tension between Russell the pure contemplative philosopher and Russell the engaged activist runs throughout his career. The Problems of Philosophy remains a powerful introduction to philosophical thinking. It is clear, accessible and honest about the difficulties philosophy faces. But it also shows the limits of Russell's approach. His realism about the external world, his correspondence theory of truth, his foundationalism about knowledge, all face serious objections that Russell could not fully answer. The book is most valuable not as a source of solutions, but as a lucid statement of fundamental problems that continue to challenge philosophy today. Part 6. Russell's Atheism and Critique of Religion. Perhaps no aspect of Russell's philosophy generated more public controversy than his atheism and his fierce attacks on religion. Throughout his life, Russell argued that religious belief is not just false, but harmful, that it impedes human progress, and that a rational society should abandon it entirely. His essay, Why I Am Not a Christian, delivered as a lecture in 1927, remains one of the most famous and controversial statements of atheism ever written. Russell's journey to atheism began early. Raised in a religious household by his grandmother, he was initially a believer. But as a teenager, he began to question Christian doctrine. By age 18, he had abandoned belief in God, and by 21, he had rejected belief in immortality as well. His path to atheism was intellectual, based on arguments rather than emotional rebellion or personal trauma. Russell's critique of religion operates on multiple levels. First, he attacks the intellectual foundations of religious belief, arguing that the traditional arguments for God's existence are logically flawed. Second, he challenges the moral foundations, arguing that religious morality is often cruel and arbitrary. Third, he examines the historical record, arguing that religion has done far more harm than good. Let us examine each of these arguments in turn. The first argument Russell considers is the first cause argument, also called the cosmological argument. This argument says that everything in the universe has a cause, and if we trace causes back far enough, we must arrive at a first cause that itself has no cause. That first cause is God. Russell's response is devastating in its simplicity. If everything must have a cause, then God must have a cause. If God does not need a cause, then why does the universe need a cause? Why not just stop at the universe and say it has no cause, rather than adding God as an unnecessary extra step? The response that God is a necessary being, that God's nature is such that God must exist and needs no cause, does not satisfy Russell. He argues that necessity applies to logical truths, not to existence. It is logically necessary that 2 + 2 = 4, because the opposite is a contradiction. But no being's existence is logically necessary. We can always coherently imagine that something does not exist without contradiction. So the concept of a necessary being seems confused. Russell then turns to the argument from design, which says that the complexity and order of the universe prove it was designed by an intelligent creator. Look at the human eye, the argument goes, or the precise constants that make life possible in our universe. Such complexity could not arise by chance. It must have been designed. Russell points out that Charles Darwin had already refuted this argument. Evolution by natural selection shows how complexity can arise without design, through the gradual accumulation of small changes over vast periods of time. Moreover, Russell argues, if the complexity of the universe requires a designer, then the complexity of God requires an even greater designer. Who designed God? If you say God does not need a designer because God is simple or because God just exists, then why cannot we say the same about the universe itself? The design argument does not solve the problem of explaining complexity. It just pushes it back one step. Russell also dismisses the moral argument for God's existence, which claims that objective moral values exist and that they require God as their foundation. Russell argues that morality does not require God. In fact, he suggests religious morality is often arbitrary and cruel because it is based on obedience to authority rather than rational consideration of human welfare. The biblical God commands genocide, slavery, and the eternal torture of disbelievers. If morality comes from God's commands, then these things must be moral, which is absurd. This leads Russell to a deeper point about the relationship between religion and ethics. Many religious people believe that without God there would be no basis for morality, that atheism leads inevitably to moral relativism or nihilism. Russell argues the opposite. Religious morality is arbitrary because it is based on divine command rather than reason. If God commanded cruelty, would cruelty become right? If you say no, that God would not command cruelty because cruelty is inherently wrong, then you are admitting that right and wrong exist independently of God's commands. If you say yes, that whatever God commands becomes right by definition, then morality is arbitrary, subject to divine whim. This is a version of the Euthyphro dilemma from Plato's Dialogues. Is something good because God commands it, or does God command it because it is good? Either answer creates problems for the view that morality depends on God. Russell argues that we must ground morality in human welfare, in the consequences of actions for sentient beings who can suffer and flourish. This gives us an objective basis for ethics without requiring God. Russell's historical critique of religion is even more damning. He catalogues the crimes committed in the name of religion: the Crusades, the Inquisition, the burning of heretics, the suppression of scientific inquiry, the persecution of women as witches, the justification of slavery and oppression. He acknowledges that individual religious people have done good things, but he argues that this is despite their religion, not because of it. The good parts of religion, compassion, charity, the golden rule, are found in secular ethics as well. The bad parts, dogmatism, intolerance, fear of questioning, are uniquely religious. Russell argues that religion breeds moral conservatism and resistance to progress. Because religious moral codes are believed to come from God, they are treated as unchangeable. This makes it difficult for society to reform cruel or outdated practices. Opposition to women's rights, to racial equality, to sexual freedom often comes from religious sources claiming that traditional hierarchies and restrictions are divinely ordained. Russell believed that human progress requires questioning tradition and authority, exactly what religion discourages. The essay "Why I Am Not a Christian" created enormous controversy when Russell delivered it as a lecture. The lecture was sponsored by the National Secular Society in London, and the audience was largely sympathetic. But when the text was published, it provoked outrage from religious groups. Russell was denounced from pulpits, his books were banned in some places, and he faced professional and personal consequences for his atheism throughout his life. The most serious consequence came in 1940. Russell had been appointed to a position at the City College of New York, but before he could take up the post, a lawsuit was filed arguing that Russell was unfit to teach because of his views on religion, marriage, and sexual morality. A judge agreed, revoking Russell's appointment on the grounds that his presence would corrupt students. The decision was overtly prejudiced and violated academic freedom, but Russell had no legal recourse because he was not yet a public employee when the appointment was cancelled. The incident revealed how much Russell's atheism threatened the religious establishment. It also showed Russell's courage. He could have moderated his views, been more diplomatic, avoided offence. Instead, he continued to speak and write openly about his convictions, even when it cost him opportunities and subjected him to public vilification. Russell's atheism was not based solely on argument. It also reflected deep personal values and temperament. Russell believed in the importance of intellectual honesty, of believing only what evidence and reason support. He saw faith, the acceptance of beliefs without adequate evidence, as a vice rather than a virtue. Religious faith, in Russell's view, represents a failure of intellectual courage, a refusal to accept uncertainty and the limits of human knowledge. This view has been criticized as dogmatic and scientistic, as privileging one particular way of knowing at the expense of others. Religious believers often argue that Russell misunderstands the nature of faith, that faith is not belief without evidence, but trust and commitment, a relationship rather than a hypothesis. They argue that Russell treats religion as if it were a failed scientific theory when it is actually something else entirely, a way of finding meaning, belonging, and moral orientation. The philosopher Alvin Plantinga has argued that Russell's epistemology undermines his own atheism. Russell admits that we cannot prove our most basic beliefs, like the existence of other minds or the reliability of memory. We accept these things as working assumptions, not as demonstrated truths. Plantinga argues that belief in God can be similarly basic, properly held without evidence or argument, grounded in religious experience and intuition. If Russell allows unjustified basic beliefs in epistemology, why not in religion? Russell's response would likely be that there is a difference between beliefs necessary for functioning in the world and beliefs about supernatural entities. We have no choice but to assume other minds exist because we cannot live otherwise. But belief in God is not necessary in this way. Millions of people live full moral lives without religious belief. So the demand for evidence is appropriate for religious claims in a way it might not be for basic epistemological assumptions. Another line of criticism comes from those who argue that Russell's critique is too narrow, focused primarily on Christianity and Western religion. What about Buddhism, which is often described as a non-theistic religion? What about indigenous spiritual traditions that do not make the kinds of metaphysical claims Russell attacks? Russell's sweeping dismissal of all religion seems to assume that religion is essentially about belief in a personal God who created the universe, but many religious traditions are quite different. Russell was aware of this objection, but remained unmoved. He argued that Buddhism, despite its philosophical sophistication, still involves supernatural beliefs about karma, rebirth, and enlightenment that lack evidential support. Indigenous traditions, he suggested, are based on superstition and animistic thinking that science has superseded. This response strikes many as culturally insensitive and dismissive, reflecting a Western rationalist bias that cannot appreciate different ways of making meaning. Russell's view of religion also has a blind spot regarding the social and psychological functions of religious practice. Even if religious beliefs are false, they might serve important purposes: building community, providing rituals for marking life transitions, offering comfort in suffering, creating moral communities. Russell acknowledged these functions, but argued that secular alternatives could fulfill them just as well or better. He envisioned a future where secular ethics, humanist ceremonies, and rational education would provide everything valuable that religion offers without the cost of false belief and dogmatic thinking. This vision has been only partially realized. Secular societies in Western Europe have indeed moved away from traditional religion, but they have struggled to create robust secular alternatives that provide meaning and community at the scale religion once did. Meanwhile, much of the world remains deeply religious, suggesting that the connection between religion and human psychology is more complex than Russell recognized. Perhaps Russell's greatest contribution to atheist thought is not his arguments against God's existence, which were not entirely original, but his unflinching willingness to accept the consequences of atheism. If there is no God, then the universe has no purpose or meaning beyond what we give it. There is no cosmic justice, no afterlife where wrongs are righted, no ultimate vindication for the righteous. Death is annihilation, the permanent end of consciousness. Many people find these conclusions terrifying or depressing. Russell did not. He argued that we should face reality honestly, no matter how bleak it might seem. In his famous essay, A Free Man's Worship, Written in 1903, Russell embraced what he called tragic humanism. Life is brief and ultimately meaningless in cosmic terms, but that makes our human projects and values all the more precious. We must create our own meaning through love, creativity, the pursuit of knowledge, and the fight for justice. This is not despairing, but liberating. Without illusions of cosmic purpose, we are free to determine our own values and purposes. Critics argue that this view is psychologically unsustainable for most people. If life is ultimately meaningless, why bother with morality, with art, with anything beyond immediate pleasure? The existentialist tradition, represented by thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus, grappled seriously with these questions in ways Russell did not. They recognized that the death of God creates a genuine crisis of meaning that cannot be resolved simply by asserting that we should rationally pursue human flourishing. Russell's atheism also led him to reject any form of mysticism or transcendence. He was deeply suspicious of religious or quasi-religious experiences, viewing them as emotional states with no cognitive content. This put him at odds with philosophers like William James, who argued that mystical experience provides genuine knowledge, and with his former student Ludwig Wittgenstein, who believed that there are truths that cannot be captured in propositions but can only be shown or experienced. Late in life, Russell softened slightly on religion. He acknowledged that religious language sometimes expresses genuine insights or values, even if its literal claims are false. He admitted that much of what he found objectionable in religion was really objectionable in dogmatism and authoritarianism, which can exist in secular forms as well. But he never wavered in his conviction that belief in God is unjustified and that the world would be better off without religion. Russell's atheism remains influential today. The new atheist movement, represented by writers like Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, and Sam Harris, draws heavily on Russell's arguments and rhetorical style. But Russell's atheism was more philosophically sophisticated than much new atheism. He understood the force of religious arguments better, took epistemological questions about faith more seriously, and wrote with more grace and less contempt than many contemporary atheists. The debate Russell engaged in continues unabated. Religious belief persists despite the critiques of Russell and others, suggesting that its roots lie deeper than intellectual argument. At the same time, secularization continues in many parts of the world, vindicating Russell's prediction that reason would gradually erode traditional faith. The relationship between faith and reason, between religion and morality, between meaning and truth, these remain among philosophy's most contested questions, questions Russell illuminated, even if he did not resolve them. Part 7. Political Philosophy and Social Activism. Bertrand Russell was not content to be a philosopher in an ivory tower. Throughout his life, he engaged passionately with political issues, often at great personal cost. He was imprisoned for pacifism during World War I, nearly imprisoned for protesting nuclear weapons during the Cold War, and travelled the world advocating for peace, justice, and human rights. His political philosophy evolved dramatically, moving from aristocratic liberalism to democratic socialism, from militant pacifism to reluctant acceptance of just wars, and back to absolute pacifism in his final years. Russell's early political views were shaped by his aristocratic background and Victorian liberal values. He believed in individual liberty, limited government, free markets, and meritocracy. But even as a young man, he was troubled by inequality and social injustice. His visit to America in 1996 exposed him to the harsh realities of industrial capitalism, and he began to question whether unregulated free markets truly served human welfare. World War I transformed Russell's politics fundamentally. When the war broke out in August 1914, most British intellectuals supported it enthusiastically, swept up in patriotic fervour. Russell did not. He opposed the war from the start, arguing that it was unnecessary, that it served no legitimate purpose, and that the mass slaughter it would cause could not be justified by any political goal. This position was deeply unpopular and cost Russell dearly. Russell's pacifism during World War I was principled but not absolute. He did not oppose all war on principle. He believed that war might be justified in self-defense or to prevent greater evil, but he thought World War I failed these tests. It was, in his view, a war of imperial ambition and nationalist pride, not a war of necessity or defence. Moreover, he argued that the methods used, the mass conscription, the propaganda, the demonization of the enemy, degraded civilization and made future peace impossible. For his anti-war activism, Russell was fined, harassed, and eventually imprisoned for 6 months in 1918. His conviction came from writing a pamphlet that praised a conscientious objector and suggested that American troops, who had recently entered the war, might be used to break strikes in Britain after the war ended. The authorities used this as pretext to silence one of the war's most prominent critics. Prison was, Russell later said, one of the most intellectually productive periods of his life. He wrote Introduction to Mathematical Philosophy during his imprisonment, explaining his logical work for a general audience. He also reflected deeply on political questions and emerged from prison more radical and more committed to social change than when he entered. After the war, Russell travelled to the new Soviet Union, one of the first Western intellectuals to visit the Bolshevik state. He hoped to see a society building genuine socialism, workers' control, equality. What he found appalled him. The Bolsheviks had created a brutal dictatorship that crushed dissent, murdered opponents, and imposed a rigid dogmatism worse than any he had seen in capitalist countries. Russell met Lenin and came away convinced that the Bolshevik leader was ruthless and fanatical. Russell's book, The Practice and Theory of Bolshevism, published in 1920, was one of the earliest Western critiques of Soviet communism. It was remarkably prescient. Russell predicted that the Soviet system would lead to dictatorship, economic stagnation, and moral corruption. He saw that communist revolution had not created workers' power, but had replaced one ruling class with another, arguably worse one. This put Russell at odds with many leftists who refused to criticize the Soviet Union, seeing it as the only bulwark against capitalism and fascism. But Russell's rejection of Bolshevism did not lead him to embrace capitalism. He remained convinced that capitalism was unjust, that it concentrated wealth and power in the hands of the few while leaving the many in poverty and insecurity. He sought a third way between Soviet-style communism and laissez-faire capitalism. He called his position guild socialism or anarcho-syndicalism, envisioning a society where workers controlled their workplaces democratically, where the state existed but had limited powers, and where individual freedom was combined with economic equality. Russell's political vision emphasized decentralization and pluralism. He was suspicious of concentrated power, whether in the hands of capitalists, state bureaucrats, or revolutionary vanguards. He wanted power dispersed among many independent associations, guilds, cooperatives, local communities. This would prevent tyranny while allowing for coordination and mutual aid. He believed that human nature was diverse enough that no single system could suit everyone, so society should allow for experimentation and variation. In the 1930s, Russell's politics shifted again in response to the rise of fascism. Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy represented a new kind of threat. Totalitarian states that combined the worst of nationalism, militarism, and state control. Russell reluctantly concluded that these regimes could not be appeased or reformed. They had to be defeated. When World War II began, Russell supported the Allied war effort, abandoning the pacifism he had maintained during World War I. This change was agonizing for Russell. It seemed like a betrayal of his earlier convictions. But Russell argued that circumstances had changed. Hitler was genuinely bent on conquest and genocide in a way that the Kaiser had not been. Nazism was an ideology fundamentally opposed to everything Russell valued: reason, freedom, human dignity. Defeating it was worth the cost of war, even though war remained a terrible evil. After World War II, Russell became increasingly concerned about the threat of nuclear weapons. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki horrified him. He recognized immediately that nuclear weapons changed everything, that a future war between nuclear-armed states could exterminate humanity. For the rest of his life, Russell campaigned tirelessly against nuclear weapons and the Cold War arms race. Russell's anti-nuclear activism took many forms. He gave speeches, wrote articles and books, organized protests, and corresponded with world leaders urging disarmament. In 1955, he issued the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, along with Albert Einstein and other prominent scientists, calling for the abolition of nuclear weapons and warning that continued development of these weapons threatened human survival. This manifesto led to the Pugwash conferences, ongoing meetings of scientists and policymakers working on disarmament. In 1958, at age 86, Russell helped found the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, which became one of the largest peace movements in British history. He participated in protests, sit-ins, and acts of civil disobedience. In 1961, at age 89, he was arrested and briefly imprisoned for his part in a sit-down protest outside the Ministry of Defence. The image of the elderly philosopher being led away by police became iconic. Russell's late political activism was controversial even among his supporters. Some thought his rhetoric became too extreme, that he drew false equivalences between American and Soviet policies, that his passion overwhelmed his judgment. In the early 1960s, Russell suggested that nuclear war was so terrible that Western democracies should surrender to the Soviet Union rather than risk it. This seemed to many like a betrayal of the values Russell had spent his life defending. Russell defended his position by arguing that nothing, not freedom, not democracy, not any political principle, was worth risking human extinction. Survival must be the first priority. Once humanity survived, there would be time to fight for justice and liberty. But critics argued that Russell had lost perspective, that a world enslaved by totalitarianism might not be worth surviving, and that appeasement would not prevent war, but only ensure defeat. The tension in Russell's political thought between different values, freedom versus equality, peace versus justice, individual liberty versus collective welfare, was never fully resolved. Russell wanted all these values simultaneously, but they often conflict in practice. When forced to choose, Russell's priorities shifted depending on circumstances, leading to apparent inconsistencies that troubled some observers. Russell's political writings also addressed education, gender equality, sexual freedom, and marriage reform. He was a passionate advocate for women's rights and for what we would now call sexual liberation. His book, Marriage and Morals, published in 1929, argued for greater sexual freedom, easier divorce, and equality between the sexes. The book scandalized many readers and was banned in some places, but it influenced the sexual revolution that came decades later. Russell argued that traditional sexual morality was based on property rights and male domination rather than genuine ethics. Marriage had historically been an institution for controlling women's sexuality and ensuring legitimate heirs. In a modern society with reliable contraception and economic independence for women, these concerns were obsolete. Sexual relationships should be based on love, mutual respect, and free choice, not on legal obligations or social pressure. These views cost Russell dearly. They were cited as evidence of his moral unfitness in the case that prevented him from teaching at City College of New York. Religious and conservative groups portrayed Russell as an advocate of promiscuity and moral corruption. In reality, Russell's views were more nuanced. He believed in fidelity within relationships, in the importance of stable family life for children, and in the value of lasting love. He simply thought these goods should be pursued voluntarily, not enforced by law or tradition. Russell's personal life, it must be said, did not always live up to his ideals. He married 4 times, had multiple affairs, and his relationships often ended badly. Critics pointed to this as evidence that his sexual philosophy was destructive. Russell acknowledged his failures, but argued that the difficulty of living according to new values in a society still governed by old ones did not prove the new values wrong. On education, Russell was innovative and progressive. He founded an experimental school with his second wife, Dora, where children were given exceptional freedom to learn at their own pace and pursue their interests. The school emphasized critical thinking over rote learning, questioned authority, and treated children as rational beings deserving respect. Some aspects of the school were successful, but it also faced problems, and Russell eventually acknowledged that complete freedom for children could lead to chaos, and that some structure and discipline were necessary. Russell's educational philosophy influenced progressive education movements worldwide. His emphasis on fostering curiosity rather than obedience, on teaching children to think rather than to conform, on treating education as preparation for autonomous adult life rather than as training for subservience, these ideas shaped educational reform throughout the 20th century. In his final years, Russell became increasingly pessimistic about human nature and political progress. The Cold War arms race, the Vietnam War, the persistence of poverty and oppression all suggested that humanity was not learning from its mistakes. Russell worried that nuclear weapons made human extinction probable within decades. Yet he never gave up activism, never stopped believing that rational argument and moral witness could make a difference. Russell's political legacy is complex. He was often ahead of his time, advocating positions that later became mainstream on gender equality, sexual freedom, nuclear disarmament. But he also made mistakes, supported causes that proved misguided, and sometimes let passion overwhelm judgment. His greatest political contribution may have been his willingness to speak truth to power, regardless of consequences, to risk career and freedom for principles, to demonstrate that intellectuals have a duty to engage with the world's problems rather than retreating into academic isolation. Part 8. Ethics and Moral Philosophy. Russell's contributions to ethics and moral philosophy are less well known than his work in logic and epistemology, but they reveal important aspects of his thought and the tensions within it. Throughout his career, Russell struggled to develop a coherent ethical theory, and his views changed dramatically over time. This struggle illuminates fundamental problems in moral philosophy that remain unresolved today. In his early work, Russell held a position called ethical intuitionism, influenced by his Cambridge colleague G.E. Moore. Moore had argued in his book Principia Ethica that goodness is a simple, unanalyzable property that we recognize through intuition, similar to how we recognize colors. Just as we cannot define yellow in terms of other properties, we cannot define good in terms of pleasure, happiness, or anything else. We simply see that certain things are good and that recognition is immediate and foundational. Russell found this view attractive because it seemed to solve the problem of moral relativism. If goodness is objective, a real property of things, then moral truths are as objective as mathematical truths. Hitler's actions were not just contrary to our preferences or conventions, they were objectively wrong as 2 + 2 = 5. This gave morality a solid foundation and explained our strong intuitions that some things are genuinely right or wrong, not just matters of opinion. But ethical intuitionism faces severe problems, and Russell eventually recognized them. First, there is enormous disagreement about moral questions, disagreement that persists even among thoughtful, well-informed people. If moral truths are objective and accessible through intuition, why do people have such different moral intuitions? People have disagreed about slavery, about women's rights, about homosexuality, about almost every significant moral issue. If intuition gives us access to objective moral facts, it seems to be a very unreliable guide. Second, intuitions about goodness seem very different from perceptions of colours or logical truths. When I see that a patch is yellow, or that 2 + 2 = 4, the evidence is immediately compelling and universally shared among those with functioning senses or reason. But moral intuitions do not work this way. They vary by culture, upbringing, personal experience. They seem more like emotions or attitudes than perceptions of objective facts. Third, intuitionism gives us no method for resolving moral disagreements. If you and I have conflicting intuitions about whether abortion is permissible, and we are both sincerely reporting our moral intuitions, what do? We cannot resolve the disagreement by appeal to further intuitions, because we already disagree at the level of intuition. We cannot appeal to evidence because intuitions are supposed to be foundational, not based on evidence. So we reach an impasse. By the 1930s, Russell had abandoned ethical intuitionism. He moved toward a position often called emotivism or non-cognitivism. This view holds that moral statements do not express beliefs or make claims about objective facts. Instead, they express emotions, attitudes, or prescriptions. When I say murder is wrong, I am not stating a fact like the sky is blue. I'm expressing my disapproval of murder and perhaps trying to influence your attitudes and behaviour. Emotivism seemed to Russell to fit better with his scientific worldview. Science describes facts, what is the case. Ethics prescribes values, what ought to be the case. Facts and values belong to different categories, and there is no way to derive an ought from an is, to use David Hume's famous formulation. From the fact that an action causes pain, we cannot logically deduce that it is wrong without adding a moral premise like causing pain is wrong. But that moral premise itself cannot be derived from facts alone. This view has radical implications. If moral statements do not express facts, then they cannot be true or false. They can be sincere or insincere, consistent or inconsistent, but not true or false. This seems to many people like moral nihilism, the view that there are no moral truths, that anything goes. Russell resisted this interpretation. He argued that even if moral statements are not factual, we can still have rational moral discourse. We can examine the consistency of our values, investigate the consequences of actions, and argue about which values best promote human welfare. But Russell's emotivism created deep problems for his own political activism. If moral statements just express emotions, then on what basis could Russell condemn the Nazis or advocate for peace? He could say that Nazi actions violated his values, but the Nazis could equally say that Russell's pacifism violated their values. Without objective moral truth, how can we say one set of values is better than another, except by asserting our own preferences more loudly? Russell tried to solve this problem by appealing to human nature and human flourishing. He argued that while values themselves might be subjective, facts about what promotes human happiness and welfare are objective. We can scientifically investigate what social arrangements, what policies, what behaviours lead to human thriving. If we value human welfare, and Russell thought this value was nearly universal, then we can have objective discussions about ethics, even if the foundational value is subjective. This move toward a kind of utilitarian consequentialism became more prominent in Russell's later work. Utilitarianism is the view that actions are right if they promote happiness or welfare, and wrong if they cause suffering. Russell was attracted to utilitarianism because it seemed scientific and empirical. We can measure happiness and suffering, at least in principle. We can gather evidence about what increases or decreases human welfare. Ethics becomes a kind of applied social science rather than a matter of mysterious intuitions about non-natural properties. But Russell never fully embraced utilitarianism because he recognized its problems. Utilitarianism seems to justify violations of individual rights if doing so maximizes overall happiness. If torturing one innocent person would prevent greater suffering elsewhere, utilitarianism seems to say we should torture them. This conflicts with our strong moral intuitions about individual dignity and human rights. Russell valued individual liberty too highly to accept a view that could justify sacrificing individuals for collective benefit. Russell also worried about the hedonistic implications of utilitarianism. If the good is just maximum pleasure or happiness, then what matters is the quantity and quality of pleasant experiences, not the nature of the activities producing them. This seems to reduce human life to pleasure-seeking. ignoring the value of knowledge, beauty, love, achievement, and other goods that matter to us beyond their contribution to happiness. John Stuart Mill, the great 19th-century utilitarian, had worried about this too, distinguishing between higher and lower pleasures. But Russell found these distinctions arbitrary and unconvincing. In his book Religion and Science, published in 1935, Russell articulated what became his mature position on ethics. He argued that science can tell us what is, how the world works, what consequences our actions will have. Ethics tells us what we care about, what we value, what ends we should pursue. These are different questions, and neither can answer the other. Science cannot tell us what to value, but once we know what we value, science can help us determine how best to achieve it. This position, sometimes called the fact-value distinction, has been enormously influential but also controversial. Philosophers like Hilary Putnam and Martha Nussbaum have argued that the sharp separation between facts and values is artificial, that our descriptions of the world are always laden with values, and that many value terms like cruel or courageous have both descriptive and evaluative content that cannot be separated. Moreover, if values are subjective, if they are just expressions of what we happen to care about, then it is hard to criticize values themselves. If someone values cruelty, values domination, values ethnic purity, can we do more than express our contrary preferences? Russell would say yes. We can point to the suffering these values cause, the destruction of human potential, the inconsistency with other values the person likely holds. But this requires assuming that the person should care about suffering or consistency, which brings us back to the problem of justifying fundamental values. Russell's struggle with ethics reflects a tension at the heart of modern secular morality. On one hand, we want morality to be objective, to genuinely constrain behavior, to provide grounds for condemning evil. On the other hand, we recognize that moral intuitions vary, that traditional foundations for morality like divine command or natural law are problematic, and that science seems to describe a value-free universe of atoms and forces. How can we have objective morality in a disenchanted world? Some philosophers have argued that Russell's problems with ethics stem from accepting a false dichotomy. We do not have to choose between objective moral facts existing in some Platonic realm and morality being purely subjective expression of emotion. Perhaps morality is a social construction, a system of norms and practices that emerge from human interaction and serve important functions for cooperation and social life. Morality is not subjective in the sense that anything goes, because moral norms are constrained by human nature, social needs, and the requirement for consistency and fairness. But morality is also not objective in the sense of being written into the fabric of reality, independent of human existence. This kind of moral constructivism has gained support in recent decades, but Russell never seriously considered it. He remained caught between realism and emotivism, unable to find a stable position that satisfied both his desire for objectivity and his empiricist commitments. His honesty about this struggle is admirable. Many philosophers construct elaborate theories to hide from difficulties Russell confronted directly. In his practical ethical views, Russell advocated what we might call humanistic consequentialism. He believed that the goal of ethics and politics should be to minimize suffering and maximize human flourishing. This meant promoting education, economic security, healthcare, personal freedom, and meaningful relationships. It meant opposing war, oppression, ignorance, and poverty. Russell's political activism flowed directly from these ethical commitments. Russell was particularly concerned with reducing unnecessary suffering. He argued that much human misery stems from superstition, ignorance, and bad institutions rather than from necessity. War, poverty, and oppression are not inevitable features of human existence. They're caused by specific social arrangements that can be changed. Rational inquiry can identify the causes of suffering and point towards solutions. This optimism about human reason's ability to improve the human condition was a constant theme in Russell's work. But Russell's optimism was tempered by realism about human nature. He did not believe that humans are naturally good, or that social problems could be solved simply by appealing to people's better nature. He recognized that people are capable of cruelty, that they often act from irrational motives like fear, pride, and hatred, and that changing behavior requires changing institutions and incentives, not just changing hearts and minds. This led Russell to focus on social reform rather than individual moral improvement. He believed that good institutions could make decent behavior more likely even among imperfect people, while bad institutions could corrupt even well-intentioned individuals. Democracy, rule of law, education, and economic justice were more important for creating a good society than preaching moral virtue. This institutional focus distinguished Russell from many earlier moral philosophers who emphasized individual character and virtue. Russell's ethical legacy is ambiguous. He did not develop a systematic ethical theory that solved the problems he identified. His movement from intuitionism to emotivism to a kind of pragmatic consequentialism shows a thinker struggling honestly with difficulties rather than proposing confident solutions. But this very struggle has value. Russell demonstrated that modern secular ethics faces profound challenges, that easy answers are not available, and that intellectual honesty sometimes requires admitting perplexity rather than constructing elaborate theories to disguise it. The questions Russell raised about the foundations of ethics remain live issues in contemporary moral philosophy. How can we have objective morality without God? Can we derive values from facts, or are they fundamentally different kinds of things? What is the relationship between moral judgment and emotion? How should we balance individual rights against collective welfare? Russell's work on these questions is less a set of answers than a map of the terrain, showing where the difficulties lie and why simple solutions fail. Part 9. Philosophy of Mind and Neutral Monism. Russell's views on the nature of mind and consciousness evolved dramatically throughout his career, moving from a dualist position that sharply separated mind and matter to a radical monism that tried to dissolve the distinction entirely. This journey reveals Russell grappling with one of philosophy's deepest problems, the mind-body problem, and ultimately proposing a solution that was both ingenious and deeply problematic. In his early work, Russell accepted a form of dualism, the view that mind and matter are fundamentally different kinds of things. Physical objects exist in space, are publicly observable, and obey causal laws. Mental states exist in time, but not in space, are privately accessible only to the subject, and seem to have a special quality of consciousness or awareness that physical things lack. This sharp distinction created immediate problems. how can mind and matter interact if they are completely different kinds of substance? How can physical events in the brain cause mental experiences like pain or thought? How can mental intentions cause physical actions like raising your arm? These problems had plagued philosophy since Descartes introduced substance dualism in the 17th century. Various solutions had been proposed. Some philosophers embraced parallelism, arguing that mind and body do not really interact but run on parallel tracks coordinated by God or by pre-established harmony. Others adopted epiphenomenalism, arguing that physical events cause mental events but not vice versa, making consciousness a causally inert byproduct of brain activity. Still others moved toward idealism, arguing that matter does not really exist and that reality is fundamentally mental. Russell found all these positions unsatisfactory. Parallelism seemed like philosophical magic, positing mysterious coordination without explanation. Epiphenomenalism made consciousness causally irrelevant, which conflicted with the obvious fact that our thoughts and feelings influence our behavior. Idealism conflicted with scientific realism and seemed to make the physical world depend on minds in an implausible way. Around 1919, Russell encountered the work of the American philosopher William James, who had proposed a radical alternative called neutral monism. James argued that the distinction between mind and matter is not fundamental. At bottom, reality consists of one kind of stuff that is neither mental nor physical, but neutral. This neutral stuff can be organized in different ways. When organized according to certain relations and laws, it constitutes physical objects. When organized according to different relations and laws, it constitutes mental experiences. The same neutral elements can belong to both physical and mental organizations simultaneously. Russell found this idea liberating. It promised to solve the interaction problem by showing that mind and matter are not separate substances that need to interact. They are different organizational patterns of the same fundamental reality. Russell developed his own version of neutral monism in the Analysis of Mind, published in 1921, and the Analysis of Matter, published in 1927. According to Russell's neutral monism, the fundamental elements of reality are what he called events or occurrences. These events are not intrinsically mental or physical. They are just happenings, points in space-time where something occurs. A particular event might be both part of a brain process, from the physical perspective, and part of a conscious experience, from the mental perspective. The difference between physical and mental is not a difference in the stuff involved, but a difference in the relations and laws that organize that stuff. To make this concrete, consider what happens when you see a red apple. From the physical perspective, there are light waves reflecting off the apple, photons hitting your retina, neural signals travelling along the optic nerve, and patterns of activity in the visual cortex. From the mental perspective, there is a conscious experience of redness, of round shape, perhaps memories of other apples and feelings of hunger. Russell's neutral monism says these are not two separate processes, one physical and one mental, but two ways of describing the same process. The neutral events that make up this process obey physical laws when we consider their relations to other physical events. They obey psychological laws when we consider their relations to other mental events. The neural activity in your visual cortex is part of the causal chain of physical events involving light, eyes, and brain. The same activity is part of the causal chain of mental events involving perception, recognition, and response. Physical and mental are just different ways of organizing and describing the same underlying events. This sounds elegant, but serious problems emerge on reflection. First, what exactly are these neutral events? Are they physical events that can also be described mentally? But then we have physicalism, the view that everything is fundamentally physical, not neutral monism. Are they mental events that can also be described physically? But then we have idealism or panpsychism, not neutral monism. Are they something else entirely, truly neutral? But then what are they? Russell never gave a clear answer to this question. Second, the view seems to collapse into either physicalism or panpsychism, depending on how we understand the neutral elements. If neutral events are defined by their position in the causal structure of space-time, by their measurable properties, then they sound like physical events. If they have some intrinsic qualitative character, some what-it-is likeness, then they sound like mental events, or at least proto-mental events. The neutrality seems to evaporate when we try to specify what the neutral stuff actually is. Third, neutral monism has trouble accounting for the distinctive features of consciousness. When you experience the redness of an apple, there is something it is like to have that experience, a qualitative character that seems irreducible to physical description or causal relations. Philosophers call this qualitative character qualia. Can neutral monism really explain qualia? Russell's answer was that the intrinsic nature of neutral events is given to us directly in conscious experience. When you experience red, you are directly acquainted with the intrinsic nature of certain events in your brain. But this seems like a return to dualism by the back door. If conscious experience reveals a special intrinsic nature that physical science does not capture, then we have two fundamentally different kinds of properties, the physical properties studied by science and the qualitative properties revealed in experience. We have simply relabeled the mind-body problem rather than solving it. The philosopher C.D. Broad subjected Russell's neutral monism to devastating critique in the 1920s. Broad argued that mental and physical cannot be reduced to different arrangements of neutral elements because they have logically incompatible properties. Physical events are in space and have precise locations. Mental events are not in space, or if they are located where the brain is, not where the perceived object is. You cannot solve this by saying the same event has both properties, because being in space and not being in space are contradictory. Russell responded by arguing that space itself should be understood differently. Perhaps the space of physics is not the only space. Perhaps there is also a private perceptual space for each mind, and physical space is a construction from the relations between these private spaces. But this response seems to multiply mysteries rather than solving them. Now we have many different spaces and complex questions about how they relate to each other. Another profound difficulty concerns the unity of consciousness. When you have an experience, it comes to you as a unified whole. You do not have separate visual, auditory and tactile consciousnesses that somehow communicate with each other. You have one integrated experience that includes all these aspects simultaneously. How does neutral monism explain this unity? If conscious experience is just a collection of neutral events organized in a certain way, why does it feel unified rather than fragmented? Russell struggled with this problem throughout his development of neutral monism. He sometimes suggested that unity comes from causal relations between events, from the fact that they influence each other in systematic ways. But causal relations do not seem sufficient to explain phenomenal unity, the felt wholeness of experience. Many causally related events do not form a unified consciousness. The events in your brain are causally related to events in your stomach, but this does not make them parts of a single unified experience. The problem of intentionality posed another challenge. Mental states are typically about something. When you think about Paris, your thought refers to Paris, represents Paris, is directed toward Paris as its object. This aboutness or intentionality seems to be a distinctive feature of mind. Physical events do not have intentionality. A rock does not represent anything, is not about anything. How can neutral monism explain intentionality if mental states are just physical events organized in a certain way? Russell's answer was that intentionality arises from causal relations. Your thought about Paris is connected to Paris by a causal chain, through past perceptions, memories, and associations. The thought represents Paris because it stands in this causal relation to Paris. But this causal theory of mental content faces well-known problems. Many things are causally related to Paris without representing it. Light waves reflected from Paris cause photons to scatter in various directions, but these photons do not represent Paris. What makes some causal relations representational and others not? Moreover, we can think about things that do not exist and have never existed, like unicorns or round squares. These thoughts are not caused by their objects because there are no such objects. So the causal theory cannot be the whole story about intentionality. Russell was aware of this problem but never solved it satisfactorily. Despite these difficulties, neutral monism had significant influence. It represented an attempt to take both physics and phenomenology seriously, to respect both scientific descriptions of the brain and first-person descriptions of experience. It tried to show how mind and matter could be aspects of a single reality without reducing one to the other. This project remains attractive even if Russell's specific version failed. Contemporary philosophy of mind has largely moved away from neutral monism toward either physicalism or property dualism. Physicalism, the dominant position today, holds that everything is ultimately physical, that mental states are identical to or realized by brain states. Property dualism holds that mental properties are real and irreducible to physical properties, even if mental states depend on physical states for their existence. Both positions face difficulties that neutral monism tried to avoid, but they seem to many philosophers more tractable than Russell's neutral monism. One lasting contribution of Russell's work on mind is his analysis of belief and knowledge in mental terms. In The Analysis of Mind, Russell tried to understand belief not as a relation between a mind and a proposition, but as a complex state involving images, feelings, and causal relations to the environment. This was an early attempt at what we now call naturalized epistemology, the project of understanding knowledge using the resources of empirical psychology rather than pure philosophical analysis. Russell argued that believing something is not a matter of having a special mental relationship to an abstract proposition. It is a matter of being in a certain state that disposes you to act in certain ways, to form certain expectations, to have certain emotional responses. When I believe it is raining, I am not related to the proposition that it is raining in some mysterious non-physical way. I am in a complex state involving mental images of rain, memories of previous rain, dispositions to grab an umbrella, and so forth. This analysis influenced behaviorism and later functionalism in philosophy of mind. Behaviorists like B.F. Skinner tried to understand mental states entirely in terms of behavioral dispositions, without reference to inner experiences. Functionalists like Hilary Putnam argued that mental states are defined by their functional role, by their place in a system of inputs, outputs, and internal states, rather than by their intrinsic qualitative character. Both approaches owe something to Russell's attempt to naturalize the mental. But Russell never fully embraced behaviorism because he could not deny the reality of inner experience. He knew from direct acquaintance that consciousness is real, that there is something it is like to see red or feel pain, and that this qualitative character cannot be reduced to behavior or functional role. This tension between naturalism and respect for phenomenal consciousness remains unresolved in philosophy of mind today. Russell's work on mind also anticipated later discussions of consciousness and the hard problem. The philosopher David Chalmers has argued that there is a hard problem of consciousness that physical explanations cannot solve. We might explain how the brain processes information, controls behavior, reports on internal states, but we cannot explain why these processes are accompanied by subjective experience, by what it is like from the inside. Russell was deeply aware of this problem, even if he did not formulate it in exactly these terms. Neutral monism was Russell's attempt to solve the hard problem by showing that subjective experience and physical process are not two separate things that need to be related. They are different aspects of the same reality, different ways of organizing or describing the same events. If successful, this would dissolve the hard problem rather than solving it. But as we have seen, the attempt faces severe difficulties and may ultimately fail. In his final philosophical work, Russell became increasingly skeptical about the mind-body problem altogether. He suggested that the problem might be based on false assumptions, that perhaps our concepts of mental and physical are too crude to capture the real nature of reality. Maybe we need entirely new concepts, new ways of thinking about the relationship between subjective experience and objective process. This humility, this acknowledgement that we might not yet have the right conceptual resources to solve fundamental problems, is characteristic of Russell's late philosophy. The evolution of Russell's views on mind and consciousness illustrates both his strengths and limitations as a philosopher. His strength was his willingness to tackle the hardest problems, to propose bold solutions, and to revise his views when he saw difficulties. His limitation was his tendency to think that logical analysis and conceptual clarification could solve problems that might be empirical, requiring scientific investigation rather than philosophical argument. The mind-body problem might be one such case, a problem that will be solved not by philosophers proposing theories, but by neuroscientists discovering how brains produce consciousness. Or it might be that Russell was right to think the problem is fundamentally philosophical, requiring conceptual clarification rather than empirical discovery. Perhaps we already know all the empirical facts about how brains work, and what we lack is the right way of thinking about these facts, the right framework for understanding how physical processes and subjective experience relate. If so, then Russell's attempt to develop such a framework through neutral monism, though ultimately unsuccessful, was on the right track. We need better theories, not more data. The debate continues. Contemporary neuroscience has revealed enormous amounts about brain function, about neural correlates of consciousness, about how different brain areas contribute to different aspects of experience. Yet the hard problem remains. We still do not know why or how physical processes produce subjective experience, if indeed they do. Russell's neutral monism, for all its problems, represents one of the most sustained attempts to address this mystery, and his struggle with the problem illuminates why it remains so difficult. Part 10. Education, Marriage and Social Reform. Russell was not content to philosophize about abstract problems of logic and metaphysics. He believed that philosophy should address practical questions about how to live and how to organize society. His writings on education, marriage, sexuality and social reform were controversial in his time and remain provocative today. They reveal a thinker deeply concerned with human flourishing, willing to challenge conventional morality in pursuit of a better life for all. Russell's philosophy of education was grounded in his epistemology and his psychology. He believed that humans are naturally curious, that children want to learn and explore the world, and that traditional education stifles this natural curiosity through authoritarianism, rote learning, and emphasis on obedience over understanding. Education should cultivate critical thinking, creativity, and autonomy rather than conformity and submission to authority. In 1927, Russell and his second wife Dora founded Beacon Hill School, an experimental school based on progressive educational principles. The school gave children exceptional freedom to learn at their own pace, to pursue their interests, and to question authority. There were no uniforms, no corporal punishment, no strict schedules. Children were encouraged to think for themselves, to challenge teachers, to learn through experience rather than instruction. The school embodied Russell's belief that freedom is essential for development. Children who are constantly told what to do, who are punished for questioning or experimenting, who are taught to obey without understanding, grow into adults who cannot think independently, who accept authority blindly, who are easy prey for demagogues and tyrants. A democratic society requires citizens capable of critical thought, and education should foster that capacity from the earliest age. But the experiment was not entirely successful. Some children thrived in the free environment, becoming creative, confident, intellectually engaged adults. Others struggled with the lack of structure, became undisciplined, and fell behind academically. Russell eventually acknowledged that complete freedom without guidance can be harmful, that children need some structure and direction, that freedom must be balanced with responsibility. This reflects a deeper tension in Russell's thought about human nature. He wanted to believe that humans are naturally good, that given freedom and proper conditions they will flourish. But his observations of actual human behavior, including his own, suggested that people are capable of cruelty, selfishness, and irrationality, and that these tendencies must be checked by education, social institutions, and sometimes coercion. Russell never fully resolved this tension between his optimism about human potential and his realism about human failings. Russell's educational writings emphasize several key principles that remain influential. First, education should be child-centered rather than curriculum-centered. We should ask what helps children develop into capable, happy adults, not just what content we want to transmit. Second, education should emphasize understanding over memorization. It is better to understand one concept deeply than to memorize 100 facts. Third, education should cultivate intellectual virtues like curiosity, skepticism, and open-mindedness rather than just imparting information. Fourth, education should be connected to life, to real problems and practical concerns. Russell deplored the way education often seemed divorced from experience, consisting of abstract facts and rules with no clear purpose or application. Children should learn by doing, by experimenting, by engaging with real questions that matter to them. Fifth, education should foster emotional health and social skills, not just intellectual development. Learning to cooperate, to resolve conflicts peacefully, to understand and manage emotions, these are as important as academic skills. These principles have been enormously influential in progressive education movements worldwide. Montessori schools, Waldorf schools, democratic schools all embody aspects of Russell's educational philosophy. Yet traditional education persists, emphasizing standardization, testing, discipline, and transmission of established knowledge. The debate between progressive and traditional approaches continues, with research suggesting that different approaches work better for different children in different contexts. Russell's views on marriage and sexuality were even more controversial than his educational ideas. In Marriage and Morals, published in 1929, Russell argued that traditional Christian sexual ethics were based on superstition, property rights, and control of women rather than genuine morality. He advocated for sexual freedom before marriage, easy access to contraception and divorce, equality between the sexes in marriage, and tolerance for diverse sexual relationships. Russell's argument was straightforward. Traditional sexual morality developed in societies where women were property, where female virginity ensured legitimate heirs, where lack of contraception made sex inevitably connected to reproduction. None of these conditions hold in modern society. Women can be economically independent. Contraception allows sex without reproduction. We can verify paternity scientifically. So the traditional reasons for sexual restriction no longer apply. Moreover, Russell argued, traditional sexual morality causes immense suffering. It forces people into marriages they do not want because pregnancy or social pressure leaves them no choice. It makes divorce difficult or impossible, trapping people in miserable or abusive relationships. It creates shame and guilt around natural sexual desires, leading to psychological damage. It perpetuates gender inequality by holding women to different standards than men. A rational sexual ethics would start from human welfare, not from ancient religious taboos. Russell's positive vision emphasized freedom, equality, and honesty in relationships. People should be free to form and end sexual relationships based on mutual desire and consent. Women should have the same sexual freedom as men. Relationships should be based on love and compatibility rather than economic necessity or social pressure. Honesty between partners is essential, though Russell acknowledged that complete transparency might not always be wise. On marriage specifically, Russell argued that the institution needed reform but should not be abolished. Stable, long-term relationships are valuable, especially for raising children. But marriage should be based on free choice and should be dissolvable when it no longer serves the parties involved. Divorce should be easy to obtain and should not require proof of fault or wrongdoing. Society should support single parents and should not stigmatize children born outside marriage. Russell also advocated what he called trial marriage or companionate marriage, where young couples could live together and be sexually intimate without the full legal and economic commitments of traditional marriage. If the relationship worked out and they decided to have children, they would formalize it into a more binding commitment. If not, they could separate easily without the trauma of divorce. This idea scandalized many readers, but it anticipated what has become common practice in much of the Western world today: cohabitation before marriage. The controversy around marriage and morals contributed to Russell losing his appointment at City College of New York in 1940. The judge who revoked his appointment called Russell morally unfit to teach, citing his advocacy of sexual freedom and his views on marriage. The decision was clearly a violation of academic freedom and free speech, motivated by religious and political opposition to Russell's ideas rather than any genuine concern for student welfare. Russell's personal life complicated his advocacy for sexual freedom. He had 4 marriages, multiple affairs, and his relationships often ended badly with bitterness and hurt. Critics pointed to this as evidence that his sexual philosophy was destructive or unworkable. Russell acknowledged that living according to new values in a society still dominated by old ones created difficulties. He also admitted that he had not always lived up to his own ideals, that he had sometimes behaved selfishly or thoughtlessly in relationships. But Russell argued that the difficulty of achieving an ideal does not prove the ideal wrong. Traditional marriage also fails frequently, producing misery, resentment and harm, especially to women and children. The question is not whether any system produces perfect relationships, none does, but which system best serves human welfare and respects human freedom. Russell believed that relationships based on choice, equality and honest communication were superior to relationships based on legal obligation, economic dependence and social pressure. Russell's views on women's rights were progressive for his time, though not without limitations. He strongly supported women's suffrage, equal education, equal employment opportunities, and women's right to control their own bodies and sexuality. He argued that the subordination of women was not natural or necessary, but was maintained by social institutions and cultural traditions that could and should be changed. He recognized that women's oppression harmed not just women, but society as a whole. When half the population is denied education, confined to domestic roles, and treated as inferior, society loses their potential contributions. Moreover, the institutions that oppress women, patriarchy, authoritarianism, hierarchy, harm men too by demanding conformity to rigid gender roles and by legitimizing domination and violence. Yet Russell's feminism had blind spots. His analysis focused primarily on legal and economic equality, giving less attention to cultural and psychological dimensions of gender oppression. He sometimes wrote as if removing formal barriers would be sufficient, underestimating how deeply gendered patterns of thought and behavior are embedded in culture and socialization. He also occasionally made statements that reflected sexist assumptions of his era, suggesting that women were naturally more emotional or less rational than men. Moreover, Russell's focus on sexual freedom sometimes seemed to prioritize male interests. Easy divorce and acceptance of extramarital affairs might benefit men more than women in a society where women typically invested more in children and had fewer economic options. Some feminist critics have argued that Russell's sexual liberation rhetoric masked a desire for male sexual access without responsibility. Russell would likely have rejected this critique, But it points to a real tension. Sexual freedom can be genuinely liberating, or it can be a justification for exploitation, depending on the social and economic context. In a society with gender equality, economic security for all, and true freedom of choice, sexual liberation might work as Russell envisioned. But in a society with persistent gender inequality and economic insecurity, sexual freedom without other supports might leave women vulnerable. On the question of children and family, Russell's views evolved over time. In his younger years, he sometimes wrote as if children were relatively unimportant, as if relationships should be primarily about the adults involved. But as he had children of his own and observed their development, he came to see that children's welfare must be central to any discussion of marriage and family. Russell argued that children need stable, loving environments with consistent caregivers. This does not require the traditional nuclear family, but it does require that adults take their parental responsibilities seriously. Biological parents who do not want to raise children should be able to relinquish that responsibility to others who do. Society should support diverse family forms, single parents, communal living arrangements, same-sex parents, as long as children's needs are met. Russell also wrote extensively about child-rearing practices. He opposed corporal punishment, authoritarianism, and the use of fear and shame in discipline. He believed children should be treated with respect, given age-appropriate autonomy, and taught through reason and natural consequences rather than arbitrary punishment. These views, radical in his time, have become more mainstream today, though debate about child discipline continues. On social reform more broadly, Russell advocated a kind of libertarian socialism that combined individual freedom with economic equality. He wanted workers to control their workplaces through democratic structures, extensive public services to ensure everyone's basic needs were met, and minimal interference in personal life and relationships. This vision tried to combine the best of liberalism and socialism while avoiding the authoritarianism of Soviet communism and the inequality of laissez-faire capitalism. Russell believed that poverty and economic insecurity were major sources of human misery and that they could be eliminated through rational social organization. Technological progress had made it possible to produce enough for everyone to live comfortably, but capitalist institutions distributed resources unequally, enriching the few while leaving many in want. A just society would ensure that everyone had access to food, shelter, health care, education, and leisure. But Russell also recognized that economic equality alone was not enough. The Soviet Union had abolished private ownership of the means of production, but had created a new ruling class of party bureaucrats who wielded immense power over ordinary citizens. True socialism required not just common ownership, but democratic control, decentralization of power, and robust protection of individual rights. Economic democracy must be accompanied by political democracy. Russell's social vision faced the objection that it was utopian, that it assumed people would behave better than they actually do. Russell acknowledged this, but argued that institutions shape behavior. People behave selfishly and competitively in capitalist societies because that is what those societies reward. In a society organized around cooperation, mutual aid, and concern for common welfare, people would behave differently. Human nature is flexible enough to accommodate diverse social arrangements. This debate about human nature and social possibility remains unresolved. Are humans naturally competitive and selfish, requiring hierarchical institutions to maintain order? Or are we naturally cooperative and egalitarian, corrupted by institutions that reward greed and domination? The evidence is mixed, and history provides examples supporting both views. Russell's optimism that rational social design could overcome the worst aspects of human nature may have been naive, but his insistence that we should try to create better institutions rather than accepting existing ones as inevitable remains compelling. Russell's legacy in education and social reform is significant. His writings influenced progressive education movements, contributed to sexual liberation and women's rights, and articulated a vision of democratic socialism that remains relevant. His willingness to question conventional morality and traditional institutions, his focus on human welfare as the basis for ethics and policy, his combination of idealism about human potential with realism about human limitations, all these continue to inspire social reformers and educators today. Part 11. War, Peace, and Nuclear Age Philosophy. Perhaps no aspect of Russell's life and work demonstrates his moral courage more than his lifelong engagement with questions of war and peace. From his pacifism during World War I, which cost him his position at Cambridge and landed him in prison, to his anti-nuclear activism in extreme old age, which led to his arrest at age 89, Russell consistently risked his career, his freedom, and his reputation to oppose war, an advocate for peace. Russell's opposition to World War I was not based on absolute pacifism. He did not believe that all war is wrong under all circumstances. Instead, he argued that this particular war was unjustified, that it served no legitimate purpose, and that its costs in death and destruction far outweighed any possible benefits. The war, in Russell's view, was a product of nationalism, imperial rivalry, and the arms race, not of genuine conflict over vital interests or principles. Russell identified several causes of the war that he believed were avoidable. First, the system of alliances that divided Europe into hostile blocs turned a local conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia into a continental war. Second, the arms race and military preparations made each side fear attack, creating a situation where war seemed preferable to vulnerability. Third, nationalist ideology convinced populations that their nation's honour and interests required war. Fourth, economic interest, particularly competition for colonies and markets, created tensions between the great powers. All of these causes, Russell argued, were products of bad institutions and bad ideas, not inevitable features of human existence. A different international order based on cooperation rather than competition, with institutions for peaceful dispute resolution, with education that emphasized common humanity rather than nationalist division, could prevent such wars. The war was not a necessary evil, but an unnecessary catastrophe that could have been avoided through better organization and clearer thinking. Russell's anti-war writings during World War I were both moral and pragmatic. Morally, he argued that the mass slaughter was wrong, that governments had no right to send millions to die for abstract concepts like national honour. The individual human lives destroyed, the suffering inflicted, could not be justified by any political goal. Each human being has intrinsic worth that governments should not sacrifice for the state's interests. Pragmatically, Russell argued that the war would solve nothing. Even if one side won decisively, the underlying problems of nationalism, imperialism, and arms racing would remain. The peace settlement would likely be vindictive, creating resentments that would lead to future conflict. The war was more likely to breed future wars than to create lasting peace. Russell's prediction proved tragically accurate when World War II erupted just 21 years after World War I ended. For his anti-war activism, Russell paid a heavy price. He was dismissed from his position at Trinity College, Cambridge in 1916. He was denied a passport, preventing him from taking up a teaching position at Harvard. In 1918, he was convicted of sedition and imprisoned for 6 months for an article suggesting that American troops might be used to break strikes in Britain. The conviction was a transparent attempt to silence a prominent critic of the war. Prison turned out to be philosophically productive for Russell. He used the time to write Introduction to Mathematical Philosophy and to reflect on his political views. He emerged from prison more convinced than ever that war was the greatest evil facing humanity, and that preventing future wars must be a central goal of political philosophy and action. After World War I, Russell supported the League of Nations while recognizing its limitations. The League was a step toward international cooperation and peaceful dispute resolution, but it lacked the power to enforce its decisions and was undermined by the refusal of the United States to join and the exclusion of Germany and the Soviet Union. Russell argued for a stronger international organization with the authority to prevent war, anticipating the later United Nations. The rise of fascism in the 1930s forced Russell to reconsider his pacifism. Hitler's Germany represented a new kind of threat, a totalitarian ideology bent on conquest and genocide. Unlike World War I, which Russell saw as a pointless conflict between similar imperial powers, World War II presented a clear case of aggression by a regime fundamentally opposed to human freedom and dignity. Reluctantly, Russell concluded that war against Hitler was justified, perhaps necessary. This shift was agonizing for Russell. It seemed like a betrayal of his earlier pacifism and of comrades who had suffered for their opposition to World War I. But Russell believed that intellectual honesty required changing your views when circumstances changed. Not all wars are equally unjust. Some wars really are defensive, necessary, or morally required. World War II, in Russell's judgment, was such a war. Russell's support for World War II was not enthusiastic or uncritical. He still believed that war was terrible, that it caused immense suffering, and that it should be avoided if possible. He criticized the use of terror bombing against German cities, which he saw as morally wrong and strategically counterproductive. He worried that the methods used to defeat fascism, the mobilization of entire societies, the acceptance of total war, the erosion of civil liberties, would damage democracy itself. After World War II, Russell became increasingly alarmed about nuclear weapons. The atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 killed over 200,000 people, mostly civilians, and demonstrated that humanity now possessed the power to destroy itself. Russell immediately recognized that nuclear weapons had changed everything, that they made future war between great powers unthinkably destructive. Russell's initial response to nuclear weapons was controversial, and he later repudiated it. In the late 1940s and early 50s, he suggested that the United States should threaten war against the Soviet Union to force it to accept international control of nuclear weapons. The logic was that as long as only one side had nuclear weapons, it could use that advantage to prevent nuclear proliferation and establish a world government strong enough to prevent war. Once both sides had nuclear weapons, this opportunity would be lost. This position was widely criticized as advocating preventive war, even nuclear first strike. Russell always denied that he advocated using nuclear weapons against the Soviet Union, insisting he only proposed threatening their use to force Soviet cooperation. But the distinction seemed thin to critics, and Russell himself later acknowledged that his position in this period was mistaken, that the risks of preventive war were too high, and that threatening war to prevent war was both morally wrong and likely to backfire. By the mid-1950s, Russell had moved to uncompromising opposition to nuclear weapons and the Cold War arms race. He argued that continued development and testing of nuclear weapons endangered all life on Earth through radioactive fallout. He warned that even if leaders did not intend to use nuclear weapons, accidents, miscalculations, or escalation of conventional conflicts could trigger nuclear war. He insisted that nuclear weapons made traditional concepts of military victory obsolete, since any nuclear war would destroy both sides. The Russell-Einstein Manifesto, issued in July 1955, was signed by Russell and Einstein along with 9 other prominent scientists. It called for world leaders to recognize that war between nuclear-armed states threatened human extinction and to seek peaceful resolutions of all international conflicts. The manifesto concluded with a stark choice. Shall we put an end to the human race, or shall mankind renounce war? This manifesto led to the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, ongoing meetings where scientists from East and West could discuss arms control and disarmament outside official diplomatic channels. The Pugwash movement played a significant role in arms control agreements, including the Partial Test Ban Treaty of 1963, which banned atmospheric nuclear testing. Russell's anti-nuclear activism intensified in his final years. In 1958, at age 86, he became president of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, Britain's largest peace movement. He participated in protests and civil disobedience, sitting down with other protesters outside the Ministry of Defence and government offices. In 1961, at age 89, he was arrested and sentenced to 2 months in prison, reduced to 1 week because of his age. The sight of the elderly philosopher being arrested for peace activism shocked many people and brought attention to the anti-nuclear cause. Russell's willingness to go to prison at his advanced age demonstrated that his commitment to peace was not just theoretical, but deeply personal. He believed that nuclear weapons posed such an extreme threat that extreme measures, including civil disobedience and law-breaking, were justified to oppose them. Russell's late political activism included some positions that were controversial and arguably wrong. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in October 1962, Russell sent telegrams to President Kennedy and Premier Khrushchev urging restraint. His message to Kennedy seemed to blame the United States for the crisis, even though it was the Soviet Union that had secretly placed nuclear missiles in Cuba. Russell's desire to prevent war led him to draw false equivalencies between American and Soviet actions. Russell was also critical of American foreign policy in Vietnam, calling the U.S. intervention illegal and immoral. In 1966, he helped establish the Russell Tribunal, an unofficial international tribunal that investigated and publicized alleged American war crimes in Vietnam. The tribunal lacked legal authority and was criticized for being one-sided, focusing only on American actions and ignoring atrocities by North Vietnam and the Viet Cong. Defenders of Russell argued that his focus on American actions was justified because America was the more powerful party, and because citizens of democracies have a special responsibility to criticize their own governments. Critics argued that Russell had become anti-American, and that his judgments were clouded by his desire for peace at any cost. The controversy reflects a deeper question about moral equivalence. When is criticism of one's own side courageous truth-telling, and when is it one-sided propaganda that serves the other side's interests? Russell's philosophy of international relations emphasized several key principles. First, war between great powers in the nuclear age is collective suicide and must be avoided at almost any cost. Second, international conflicts must be resolved through negotiation, mediation, and compromise rather than force. Third, a strong international organization with real authority is necessary to prevent war and enforce peace. Fourth, national sovereignty must be limited by international law and human rights. Fifth, economic justice and respect for all peoples are necessary for lasting peace. These principles anticipated later developments in international relations theory and practice. The doctrine of mutual assured destruction, which stabilized the Cold War by making nuclear war unwinnable, reflected Russell's insight that nuclear weapons made traditional military victory impossible. The growth of international law and human rights norms, the development of the United Nations and regional organizations, the increasing acceptance that sovereignty has limits when governments commit atrocities, all move in directions Russell advocated. Yet Russell's vision of a peaceful world order remains unrealized. Wars continue, though nuclear weapons have not been used in war since 1945. The United Nations is stronger than the League of Nations was, but still lacks the authority to prevent all conflicts. National sovereignty remains the dominant principle in international relations, and powerful states often ignore international law when it conflicts with their perceived interests. Economic inequality between and within nations persists, creating resentments and instability. Russell's analysis of the causes of war remains relevant. He identified nationalism, arms races, economic competition, great power rivalry, and ideological conflict as sources of war. All these factors continue to threaten peace today, even if the specific manifestations have changed. Nationalism and ethnic conflict have driven wars in the Balkans, Rwanda, and the Middle East. Nuclear proliferation and the development of new weapons systems continue the arms race in new forms. Competition for resources, particularly oil, has contributed to conflicts in the Middle East. Great power rivalry, particularly between the United States and China, could lead to future conflicts. Russell's proposed solutions also remain relevant, even if implementing them seems as difficult as ever. Strengthening international institutions, promoting economic justice, reducing armaments, fostering international cooperation on global problems like climate change and pandemics, educating for global citizenship rather than narrow nationalism, all these are necessary for lasting peace. Russell's life and work stand as a testament to the importance of these goals and to the moral necessity of working toward them even when success seems unlikely. Perhaps Russell's greatest contribution to peace philosophy was his insistence that intellectuals and ordinary citizens have a duty to oppose war and work for peace, even when doing so is unpopular or costly. He showed by his example that moral conviction requires action, not just words, that principles mean nothing if we are not willing to sacrifice for them. Whether one agrees with all of Russell's positions or not, his courage and commitment remain inspiring. Part 12. The Analytical Method and Russell's Legacy. Beyond his specific contributions to logic, epistemology, and philosophy of language, Russell's greatest legacy may be his method, his approach to philosophical problems that transformed how philosophy is practiced in the English-speaking world. The analytical method that Russell pioneered and exemplified has become the dominant approach in contemporary academic philosophy, for better and for worse. The core of Russell's analytical method is deceptively simple. When faced with a philosophical problem or a confused concept, break it down into simpler components. Analyze the logical structure hidden beneath grammatical appearances. Clarify terms and make implicit assumptions explicit. Test claims for logical consistency and empirical adequacy. Prefer precision over vagueness, even if precision requires technical apparatus that makes ideas less accessible. Russell believed that many philosophical problems arise from linguistic confusion, from being misled by the grammar of ordinary language into thinking there must be entities or relations corresponding to linguistic forms. The philosophical method is to reveal the true logical form of statements, showing that apparent entities might be logical constructions, that apparent relations might be definable in other terms, that apparent necessities might be linguistic conventions. This method produced remarkable results in Russell's hands. His theory of descriptions showed that sentences about non-existent objects have a different logical form than their grammar suggests, dissolving puzzles about meaning and reference. His analysis of number in terms of classes reduced arithmetic to logic, or so he believed. His analysis of matter as a logical construction from sense data seemed to solve the problem of the external world by showing that physical objects are theoretical entities inferred from experience. But the analytical method also had limitations and created new problems. First, the assumption that ordinary language has a hidden logical structure waiting to be discovered may be mistaken. Perhaps language is irreducibly messy, context-dependent, and resistant to formal regimentation. Perhaps grammar reflects the actual logical structure of language, and Russell's formal analyses distort rather than reveal meaning. The later Wittgenstein made exactly this criticism. He argued that Russell's search for logical form was based on a false picture of how language works. Language does not function primarily by representing reality through logical propositions. It functions through diverse language games embedded in practices and forms of life. Meaning is use, not representation. The diversity of linguistic functions cannot be captured in a single formal system. Second, Russell's analytical method privileges scientific and logical discourse over other forms of expression. Poetry, metaphor, religious language, ethical discourse, all are treated as confused or derivative, failing to meet the standards of clarity and precision that analytical philosophy demands. This seems to impoverish philosophy, cutting it off from much of human experience and meaning. Third, the analytical method can become an end in itself. a technical exercise divorced from the philosophical problems it was supposed to solve. Much contemporary analytic philosophy consists of ever more refined analyses of narrower and narrower questions, producing results that are technically impressive but philosophically insignificant. Russell would likely have been dismayed by this development, as he always insisted that philosophy should address important questions about reality, knowledge, and value. Fourth, the analytical method tends toward reductionism, the attempt to explain complex phenomena in terms of simpler ones. Physical objects are reduced to sense data. Numbers are reduced to classes. Mental states are reduced to behavior or brain states. While reductionism has been successful in science, it may be inappropriate for philosophy, where the interesting questions often concern the relations between different levels of description rather than the elimination of higher levels in favour of lower ones. Despite these limitations, the analytical method transformed philosophy and remains influential. It introduced standards of clarity and rigour that were lacking in much earlier philosophy. It showed that careful attention to language and logic can dissolve problems that seemed intractable. It demonstrated that philosophy can make progress by breaking large questions into smaller, more manageable ones. Russell's influence on 20th century philosophy is difficult to overstate. In Logic and Philosophy of Mathematics, his work with Whitehead on Principia Mathematica created the framework for modern formal logic. Even though logicism failed, the techniques and notation developed in Principia became standard tools. Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which showed the limits of Russell's program, were themselves formulated using Russell's methods. In Philosophy of Language, Russell's theory of descriptions and his distinction between logical and grammatical form influenced generations of philosophers. The logical positivists, ordinary language philosophers, and contemporary philosophers of language all work in a landscape Russell helped create, even when they reject his specific theories. Questions about reference, meaning, truth, and propositions are still framed in terms Russell introduced. In Epistemology, Russell's foundationalism and his distinction between knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description set the agenda for much 20th century epistemology. Contemporary debates between foundationalists and coherentists, between internalists and externalists, between rationalists and empiricists, all engage with problems Russell identified and methods he developed. In Metaphysics, Russell's logical atomism and his analysis of various concepts in logical terms showed that metaphysics could be done with the precision of logic rather than the vagueness of traditional speculative philosophy. Contemporary metaphysics, whether realist or anti-realist, materialist or dualist, works with the tools Russell forged. Beyond academic philosophy, Russell's influence extended to science, literature and culture. His popularizations of philosophy and his essays on social and political issues reached millions of readers who would never open a technical philosophy paper. His clarity of expression, his ability to explain difficult ideas in plain language, and his engagement with contemporary issues made philosophy accessible and relevant. Russell showed that it was possible to be both a serious technical philosopher and a public intellectual, to make important contributions to specialized fields while also addressing a general audience. This model of the philosopher as both scholar and citizen, as both specialist and generalist, has become rarer in recent decades as philosophy has become more professionalized and specialized. Whether this is progress or loss remains debated. Russell's literary style deserves attention. Unlike many philosophers who write in dense technical prose accessible only to specialists, Russell wrote with clarity, elegance, and wit. His popular essays are models of expository writing, explaining complex ideas through concrete examples, analogies, and logical arguments that readers can follow. His ability to make philosophy engaging without dumbing it down contributed greatly to his influence. In 1950, Russell received the Nobel Prize in Literature, unusual for a philosopher and a recognition of his literary achievements as much as his philosophical contributions. The Nobel Committee cited his varied and significant writings in which he champions humanitarian ideals and freedom of thought. Russell took the prize as validation that philosophy could be literature, that ideas could be art, that clarity and beauty of expression were not opposed to depth of thought. Yet Russell's legacy is contested. Analytic philosophy, the tradition he helped create, has been criticized for being too narrow, too technical, too removed from lived experience. Feminist philosophers have criticized its masculine bias, its emphasis on detachment and abstraction over connection and context. Continental philosophers have criticized its scientism, its reduction of philosophy to logic and epistemology, its neglect of history, phenomenology, and hermeneutics. These criticisms have force. Analytic philosophy at its worst can be arid, technical for the sake of being technical, dismissive of alternative approaches, and narrowly focused on problems that matter only to specialists. But analytic philosophy at its best, as practiced by Russell at his best, combines rigor with relevance, precision with accessibility, technical sophistication with concern for important questions. Russell himself became increasingly critical of some developments in analytic philosophy. He worried that the focus on language and the increasing technicality were making philosophy irrelevant to science and to life. He thought that philosophy should help us understand the world and how to live in it, not just analyze concepts and language. In his later years, he expressed nostalgia for the grand systematic philosophy of earlier eras, even while acknowledging that such systems were often confused and unsupported by evidence. The question of whether Russell's approach represents progress or a wrong turn in philosophy depends partly on what we think philosophy should do. If philosophy's task is to contribute to human knowledge by clarifying concepts, analysing arguments, and solving puzzles, then analytic philosophy in Russell's tradition is successful. If philosophy's task is to provide meaning, wisdom, and guidance for living, then the analytical approach may be inadequate. Russell himself wanted philosophy to do both, and his work shows the tension between these goals. His technical work in logic aimed at knowledge and precision. His popular writings aimed at wisdom and social progress. Whether these two aspects of philosophy can be successfully integrated remains an open question. Russell tried to integrate them in his own work and life, with mixed results. Perhaps Russell's ultimate legacy is not any specific theory or method, but an attitude, a way of approaching intellectual and moral questions. Russell exemplified intellectual courage, the willingness to follow arguments wherever they lead, even when conclusions are uncomfortable. He demonstrated intellectual honesty, the willingness to acknowledge error and revise beliefs in light of new evidence or better arguments. He showed intellectual independence, the refusal to accept ideas on authority alone. These virtues seem as important today as in Russell's time. In an age of echo chambers and confirmation bias, of motivated reasoning and tribal epistemology, Russell's commitment to truth over tribe, to evidence over ideology, to clarity over obfuscation, stands as an example and a challenge. We may not always agree with his conclusions, but we can admire and emulate his method of reaching them. Russell lived for nearly a century and witnessed extraordinary changes: 2 world wars, the rise and fall of empires, the development of nuclear weapons, the dawn of the space age, revolutions in science and technology. Through all these changes, he continued to think, to write, to question, to advocate for reason and human welfare. His intellectual vitality remained undimmed into his final years, a testament to the life of the mind. When Russell died in February 1970 at age 97, he left behind a body of work that transformed multiple fields and influenced millions of people. But more than any specific contribution, he left an example of how to live thoughtfully, courageously, and committedly in a confusing and often tragic world. That example remains relevant and inspiring. Part 13. Major Criticisms and Philosophical Failures. To understand Russell's philosophy fully, we must examine not just his achievements, but his failures, not just where he succeeded, but where his ideas collapsed under critical scrutiny. Russell himself would have insisted on this honest assessment, as he spent much of his later life acknowledging the failures of his earlier work. This intellectual honesty, this willingness to admit error, is itself one of Russell's most admirable traits. The most fundamental criticism of Russell's philosophy is that he never achieved a stable, systematic position. Throughout his career, Russell changed his views on nearly every major question. He moved from idealism to realism, from ethical intuitionism to emotivism, from dualism to neutral monism, from foundationalism to a more pragmatic epistemology. This constant revision suggests either remarkable intellectual flexibility or fundamental confusion about philosophical problems. Russell's defenders argue that changing your views in light of new arguments and evidence is a virtue, not a vice. Philosophy makes progress by discovering what does not work and trying new approaches. Russell's willingness to revise his theories when he saw problems shows admirable intellectual integrity. Critics respond that the sheer number and magnitude of Russell's revisions suggest that his methods were not producing stable knowledge, that perhaps the entire analytical approach is misguided if it leads to such radical instability. The failure of the logicist program is perhaps Russell's most significant philosophical defeat. After spending over a decade with Whitehead producing Principia Mathematica, after developing an intricate logical system meant to show that mathematics is just logic, the project failed. Gödel's incompleteness theorems demonstrated that no formal system of the kind Russell envisioned could be both complete and consistent. The axioms Russell needed to make the system work, particularly the axiom of reducibility and the axiom of infinity, were clearly not logical truths, but substantial metaphysical assumptions. This failure undermined Russell's foundationalist program in mathematics and raised questions about whether similar programs in other areas were doomed. If we cannot give a complete logical foundation even for arithmetic, perhaps the most certain part of human knowledge, what hope do we have for grounding ethics, physics, or common-sense belief? The dream of putting all knowledge on an absolutely certain foundation seems to have been revealed as impossible in principle, not just difficult in practice. Russell's epistemology faces devastating objections that he never successfully answered. The problem of the external world, which Russell tried to solve by constructing physical objects from sense data, turned out to be intractable. Critics from many directions attacked the sense data theory. Phenomenologists argued that we never experience raw sense data, but always perceive meaningful objects in contexts. Ordinary language philosophers argued that the concept of sense data is a philosophical invention that distorts how perception actually works. Scientists pointed out that sense data, if they exist at all, cannot be what physics describes, since physical theory talks about entities like electrons and fields that are nothing like sense data. The later Wittgenstein argued that the entire sense data approach embodied a fundamental confusion. The idea of a private object, something only I can experience, is incoherent. To identify something as a red sense datum, I must apply concepts like red and sense datum. But concepts are public, learned through social interaction and practice. There can be no purely private language or purely private objects. The foundation Russell sought in private experience is illusory. Russell tried to respond to these criticisms by weakening his claims, acknowledging that sense data might not be the infallible foundation he initially thought. But this weakening undermined his entire epistemological project. If sense data are not certain, if our knowledge of them is fallible and theory-laden, then they cannot serve as the secure foundation on which to build all other knowledge. The foundationalist program collapses. Russell's theory of descriptions, while influential, faces serious problems that Russell never fully resolved. The theory works reasonably well for some cases, like the King of France, but it struggles with examples where our intuitions are less clear. Consider the sentence, "I thought your yacht would be larger than it is." This seems perfectly coherent, and we understand what it means. But according to Russell's theory, it expands into something like, "I thought there exists a unique thing that is your yacht, and is larger than it is," which is contradictory. Yet the original sentence is not contradictory, just expresses that your yacht is smaller than I expected. Peter Strawson's critique that Russell confuses meaning with reference creates problems Russell never solved. Strawson argued that definite descriptions do not have meaning by being equivalent to existential quantifications, as Russell claimed. Instead, they function to refer to things. And when the reference fails because nothing fits the description, the statement fails to express a complete proposition rather than expressing a false proposition. This is a fundamental difference that undermines Russell's analysis. Russell's neutral monism, his attempted solution to the mind-body problem, collapses under examination. As we saw earlier, the neutral stuff is either physical, making the view a form of physicalism, or mental, making it a form of idealism or panpsychism, or neither, making it mysterious and unexplanatory. Russell never clarified what the neutral elements are supposed to be, how they differ from both mental and physical, or how they can give rise to the apparent radical difference between consciousness and matter. The problem of consciousness, what philosophers now call the hard problem, defeated Russell's physicalist and neutral monist attempts to explain it away. When you see red, there is something it is like to have that experience, a qualitative character that seems irreducible to physical processes or to neutral elements arranged in patterns. Russell acknowledged this problem but never solved it, ultimately suggesting that perhaps our concepts are inadequate and that we need an entirely new way of thinking about consciousness. Russell's ethical theory, or lack thereof, represents another failure. He moved from ethical intuitionism to emotivism, but never developed a positive account of ethics that could ground his own passionate moral convictions. If moral statements are just expressions of emotion or attitude, as emotivism claims, then on what basis can we criticize others' values? Russell's own moral activism, his condemnation of the Nazis and advocacy for peace and justice, seems to presuppose that some values are objectively better than others. But his emotivist theory provides no foundation for this. Russell's appeal to human welfare and happiness as the basis for ethics does not solve the problem. Why should we care about human welfare? If someone does not care, if they value power or racial purity or divine glory over human happiness, Russell's theory gives us no basis to say they are wrong, only that we disagree with them. This seems like moral relativism or nihilism, yet Russell clearly believed that some values are genuinely better than others. The tension between Russell's ethical theory and his ethical practice was never resolved. He lived and wrote as if objective moral truth existed, as if we could rationally criticize values and not just express contrary preferences. Yet his philosophical analysis seemed to undermine this conviction. This is not a minor inconsistency, but a fundamental failure to integrate theory and practice. Russell's social and political philosophy, while admirable in its commitment to human welfare, was often naive about power and human nature. His early anarcho-syndicalism assumed that workers could organize production democratically without coercion or hierarchy. Historical experience with worker cooperatives and communal living experiments suggests this is more difficult than Russell imagined. Coordination problems, free rider problems, and the need for some authority structure seem inevitable in complex modern economies. Russell's optimism about education and social reform assumed that people are fundamentally rational and that better institutions and clearer thinking could solve most human problems. But people are not primarily rational. They are motivated by emotions, tribal loyalties, status-seeking, and irrational beliefs that persist despite education and evidence. Changing institutions may not change behavior as much as Russell hoped if human psychology is less plastic than he assumed. Russell's personal life also complicates his legacy on sexuality and marriage. He advocated for sexual freedom and honest, open relationships, but his own relationships were often marked by dishonesty, infidelity that hurt his partners, and failure to live up to the ideals he preached. Critics argue that this shows his philosophy of sexuality was unworkable or harmful. Defenders argue that we should judge ideas by their merits, not by whether their proponents perfectly embodied them, and that the difficulty of living according to new values does not prove those values wrong. Russell's late political activism, particularly his anti-Americanism during the Cold War and Vietnam War, sometimes seemed to lose perspective. His suggestion that the West should surrender to the Soviet Union rather than risk nuclear war struck many as morally bankrupt, preferring survival under tyranny to the risk of death. His focus on American atrocities while downplaying or ignoring Soviet repression seemed one-sided and politically naive. Russell's passion for peace sometimes overwhelmed his judgment about comparative justice. These criticisms do not negate Russell's achievements, but they are important for understanding the limits of his philosophy. Russell made fundamental contributions to logic, philosophy of language, epistemology, and many other fields. But he did not solve the problems he set out to solve. He did not give mathematics a secure logical foundation. He did not solve the problem of the external world. He did not explain consciousness. He did not develop a satisfactory ethical theory. He did not create a workable political philosophy. Should we conclude from these failures that Russell's approach was misguided, that analytical philosophy is a dead end? Not necessarily. Science also proceeds through failure, through proposing theories that are refuted, through discovering what does not work. If we learn from failures, they are valuable even if they do not succeed. Russell's failures taught philosophy where the problems lie, what approaches do not work, and what questions we still need to answer. Moreover, expecting any philosopher to solve all fundamental problems is unrealistic. Philosophy has been working on these questions for millennia without final resolution. Perhaps the questions are inherently difficult, perhaps our cognitive capacities are limited, or perhaps the problems require empirical investigation rather than philosophical analysis. Russell's inability to solve them does not distinguish him from other philosophers. It shows that the problems are genuinely hard. What makes Russell's failures instructive is his honesty about them. Unlike philosophers who construct elaborate defences of failed theories or ignore devastating objections, Russell acknowledged problems when he saw them and moved on to new approaches. He showed that intellectual integrity requires accepting failure when theories do not work. This model of honest self-criticism is perhaps more valuable than any specific theory Russell proposed. The lesson from Russell's failures is not that we should abandon analytical philosophy or return to pre-Russellian approaches. It is that philosophy is harder than Russell hoped, that clear thinking and logical analysis alone cannot solve all philosophical problems, and that we need humility about what philosophy can achieve. Some problems may have no solution, or no solution available to creatures with our cognitive capacities. Some questions may be ill-formed, based on false assumptions we have not yet identified. Philosophy must continue with patience and humility, making progress where it can, while acknowledging that final answers may be impossible. Part 14. Scholarly Debates and Contemporary Relevance. The scholarly literature on Russell is vast, with debates continuing about nearly every aspect of his work. These debates reveal not just disagreements about interpreting Russell, but fundamental questions about the nature and methods of philosophy itself. Understanding these controversies helps us see what is still living and what is dead in Russell's philosophy, what questions remain open, and what lessons we have learned. One major scholarly debate concerns whether Russell was primarily a logician or a metaphysician. Some scholars emphasize Russell's technical work in logic and see his metaphysics as secondary, as applications or consequences of logical discoveries. Others see the metaphysical questions as primary and the logical work as tools developed to answer metaphysical questions about the nature of mathematics, matter, and mind. This debate matters because it shapes how we understand the unity or disunity of Russell's philosophical project. Peter Hilton and others have argued that Russell's metaphysics drove his logical work, that the theory of types and the theory of descriptions were developed to solve metaphysical puzzles about what exists and how language relates to reality. Russell was always a realist, who believed in an external world independent of mind, and his logical work aimed to show how we can have knowledge of that world. The logic was a means to metaphysical and epistemological ends. Against this, Michael Dummett and others argue that Russell's primary contribution was to logic and philosophy of language, that the metaphysics was often confused or secondary, and that we should focus on what Russell got right in logic rather than his failed metaphysical speculations. This view sees Russell as founding analytical philosophy by showing that philosophical problems can be solved through logical analysis of language, regardless of what we ultimately say about metaphysics. This debate connects to broader questions about the relationship between logic, language, and reality. Is logic a formal system we construct, or does it reflect the structure of reality itself? Is language a tool we use to achieve purposes, or does it mirror the world in its structure? Russell's work raises these questions without definitively answering them, and scholars disagree about what his view was or should have been. Another major debate concerns Russell's realism. Russell always claimed to be a realist who believed in an external world independent of minds. But critics argue that his epistemology, particularly his foundationalism and sense data theory, leads inevitably to idealism or skepticism. If all we know directly is sense data, and sense data are mental, then we can never get beyond our minds to know about an external physical world. Russell ended up with a view where the external world is unknowable in itself, which seems closer to Kant's transcendental idealism than to the robust realism Russell claimed to defend. Thomas Nagel and others have argued that Russell's problem was trying to combine empiricism, the view that all knowledge comes from experience, with realism, the view that there is a mind-independent reality. These two commitments are in tension, because if all knowledge comes from experience, and experience is subjective and mind-dependent, then we cannot have knowledge of mind-independent reality. Russell never escaped this tension, oscillating between empiricist epistemology and realist metaphysics without successfully combining them. Some scholars argue that Russell should have embraced pragmatism or coherentism, giving up the quest for foundational certainty and acknowledging that knowledge is a web of mutually supporting beliefs, rather than a structure built on indubitable foundations. Others argue that Russell was right to seek foundations even if he failed to find them, that coherentism and pragmatism cannot account for the objectivity of knowledge. There is extensive debate about the success of Russell's theory of descriptions. Keith Donnellan distinguished between referential and attributive uses of definite descriptions and argued that Russell's theory only handles attributive uses. When I say the man drinking champagne is happy, I might be using the description attributively to say whoever is drinking champagne is happy, or referentially to refer to a particular person I believe is drinking champagne. If the person is drinking water, not champagne, the referential use still refers successfully even though the description is false, but Russell's theory cannot explain this. Saul Kripke's work on naming and necessity challenged Russell's assumptions about reference and meaning. Kripke argued that proper names are rigid designators that refer to the same object in all possible worlds, that they do not have meaning given by descriptions, and that reference is established through causal historical chains rather than through descriptions or mental content. If Kripke is right, much of Russell's philosophy of language needs fundamental revision. Other scholars have defended Russell against these criticisms, arguing that the theory of descriptions remains valuable for understanding definite descriptions even if it needs modification to handle all cases, and that Russell's broader insights about logical form and linguistic analysis remain important even if specific applications were flawed. The debate about Russell's ethical views centers on whether his emotivism is consistent with his political activism and moral convictions. Charles Pigden has argued that Russell was never a pure emotivist. that he combined emotivist and cognitivist elements in a complex meta-ethical position that allowed for rational moral discourse while denying that moral statements are straightforwardly true or false. Others argue that Russell simply never solved the problem of integrating his ethical theory with his ethical practice. Contemporary moral philosophers continue to grapple with the problems Russell identified. Can we have objective ethics without God or other transcendent foundations? How do we move from descriptive facts about the world to prescriptive conclusions about what we should do? Can moral disagreement be resolved rationally, or does it ultimately come down to subjective preference? Russell did not answer these questions successfully, but his honest struggle with them remains instructive. There is significant scholarly interest in Russell's political philosophy and activism, particularly the relationship between his philosophical views and his political engagement. Alan Ryan and others have traced the evolution of Russell's political thought from aristocratic liberalism through guild socialism to pragmatic social democracy, showing both continuities and contradictions. Nicholas Griffin has documented Russell's extensive political writings and activities, revealing a thinker far more politically engaged than is often recognized. Feminist scholars have given increasing attention to Russell's views on women, sexuality and gender. Some see Russell as an important early advocate for women's rights and sexual liberation, ahead of his time in challenging patriarchal norms. Others criticize him for maintaining sexist assumptions despite his progressive views, for sometimes treating women as objects of male desire rather than as full moral and intellectual equals, and for his personal behavior toward women in his life. The relationship between Russell's philosophy and his activism raises interesting questions. Did his philosophical views support his political activism, or were they in tension? His emotivism about ethics seems to undermine the objectivity of moral claims, yet Russell wrote as if peace, justice and freedom were objectively valuable. His epistemological skepticism seems to undermine confidence in factual claims, yet Russell made confident empirical claims about the causes and consequences of war, poverty and oppression. Some scholars argue that these tensions show Russell's philosophy was incoherent, or that he compartmentalized his theoretical and practical lives. Others argue that Russell's philosophical skepticism and his political convictions can be reconciled through a pragmatic approach that acknowledges uncertainty while acting on best available evidence and reasons. Contemporary relevance of Russell's work varies across fields. In Logic and Foundations of Mathematics, Russell's specific program of logicism is largely abandoned, but his methods and notation remain foundational. Contemporary logic builds on Frege and Russell even while rejecting their philosophical programs. In philosophy of language, Russell's theory of descriptions and his insights about logical form continue to influence debates about reference, meaning and propositional content, even among those who reject his specific analyses. In epistemology, foundationalism remains a live option, though in modified forms quite different from Russell's sense-data foundationalism. Contemporary foundationalists focus on justified belief rather than certain knowledge, on properly basic beliefs that might be fallible rather than infallible foundations, and on sophisticated accounts of justification that avoid the problems Russell faced. Alternatively, many epistemologists have moved toward reliabilism, virtue epistemology, or pragmatism, approaches that abandon the foundationalist structure Russell assumed. In philosophy of mind, neutral monism has few contemporary defenders, but the problems Russell identified remain central. The hard problem of consciousness, the combination problem for panpsychism, the explanatory gap between physical processes and subjective experience, all continue to generate enormous literature and no consensus solutions. Russell's honest acknowledgement that he could not solve these problems is more helpful than elaborate theories that disguise rather than resolve the difficulties. Russell's work on scientific knowledge and the problems of induction remains relevant to philosophy of science. How do we justify inductive inference? What is the relationship between theoretical entities like electrons and observable phenomena? How do we know about the external world? These questions, central to Russell's epistemology, are still debated in philosophy of science and scientific realism. In ethics and political philosophy, Russell's questions about the foundations of morality and the justification of political authority remain pressing. Contemporary work on moral realism versus anti-realism, on the nature of human rights, on the ethics of war and peace, on distributive justice, all engages with issues Russell addressed even when reaching different conclusions. Russell's work on education has influenced progressive education movements, though with mixed results. The emphasis on critical thinking, on respecting children as rational beings, on learning through experience, these are now widely accepted even in traditional schools. But Russell's more radical ideas about freedom and self-direction remain controversial, and research suggests that some structure and explicit instruction are necessary for most children to learn effectively. Perhaps Russell's most enduring relevance is methodological rather than substantive. The analytical method he pioneered, the emphasis on clarity and precision, the demand for logical rigor and empirical adequacy, the willingness to revise beliefs in light of criticism, these have become standard in analytical philosophy. Whether this is entirely positive is debated, as we have seen, but Russell's influence on how philosophy is practiced in the English-speaking world is undeniable. Russell's public philosophy, his willingness to engage with contemporary issues and to write for general audiences, provides a model that seems increasingly rare. Contemporary philosophy has become highly specialized and professionalized, with most work addressed only to other specialists. Whether this represents progress or the abandonment of philosophy's public mission is contested, but Russell's example of combining technical rigor with public engagement remains an inspiration for those who believe philosophy should matter beyond the academy. The question of Russell's contemporary relevance ultimately depends on what we think philosophy should be and do. If philosophy aims at truth through rigorous argument and analysis, then Russell's methods remain central even if his specific conclusions failed. If philosophy aims at wisdom, meaning and guidance for living, then Russell's technical work may seem less relevant than his political writings and his example of courageous moral engagement. If philosophy should do both, as Russell believed, then his life and work remain relevant precisely in their tensions and failures, showing both what analytical philosophy can achieve and what it cannot. Part 15. Final assessment where Russell failed and lasting impact. After examining Russell's entire philosophical landscape, his achievements and failures, his methods and their limitations, we must now attempt a final comprehensive assessment. What should we conclude about Russell's place in philosophy? What has endured and what has been superseded? What lessons can we draw from both his successes and failures? Russell failed at his most ambitious goals. He failed to reduce mathematics to logic, to give epistemology certain foundations, to solve the mind-body problem, to develop an adequate ethical theory, to explain how language connects to reality. These are not small failures. They are failures at the central projects that defined his philosophical career. Any honest assessment must begin by acknowledging that Russell's major programs did not succeed. But this conclusion requires immediate qualification. Russell's failures were the failures of an ambitious philosopher tackling genuinely hard problems with rigour and honesty. He failed not because he was incompetent or confused, but because the problems are extraordinarily difficult, perhaps impossible to solve with the conceptual resources available. His failures taught subsequent philosophers where the difficulties lie and what approaches do not work. This is valuable even if it is not what Russell hoped to achieve. The failure of logicism shows that mathematics cannot be grounded in logic alone, that mathematical knowledge requires substantive assumptions that go beyond pure logic. This was disappointing to Russell's program, but it is an important philosophical discovery. Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which demonstrated fundamental limits to formal systems, built on Russell's work even while refuting his ambitions. The failure was productive, opening new questions rather than closing inquiry. The failure of Russell's epistemological foundationalism shows that knowledge does not have the structure Russell sought, with certain foundations supporting increasingly complex inferences. Contemporary epistemology has largely moved beyond foundationalism to coherentism, reliabilism, or pragmatism. But Russell's failure taught us why foundationalism is attractive, what problems it faces, and what any alternative epistemology must address. We understand epistemological problems better because of Russell's failed attempts to solve them. The failure of neutral monism to solve the mind-body problem shows that the problem is harder than Russell thought, that we cannot simply dissolve the distinction between mental and physical by positing neutral elements. But Russell's struggle with consciousness brought the problem into sharper focus, anticipated contemporary debates about qualia and the hard problem, and showed both the attractions and limitations of reductionist approaches. The failure of emotivism to ground Russell's own moral convictions shows a deep tension between meta-ethical theory and ethical practice that philosophy has not resolved. Contemporary moral philosophers continue to struggle with the same problems Russell faced. Can we have objective morality in a scientific worldview? How do we justify basic values? Can moral disagreement be resolved rationally? Russell's honest failure to answer these questions is more instructive than confident but superficial solutions. Despite these failures, Russell's positive contributions are substantial and enduring. In logic, Russell helped create the formal systems that underlie computer science, artificial intelligence, and contemporary mathematics. Even though logicism failed, the tools developed in pursuing it transformed how we think about reasoning, proof, and computation. Contemporary logic is unimaginable without Russell's contributions. In philosophy of language, Russell's insights about logical form, about the misleading nature of grammatical structure, about how language relates to reality, remain influential even among those who reject his specific theories. The theory of descriptions, despite its limitations, was a breakthrough showing that philosophical progress is possible through careful analysis of linguistic structure. Russell showed that language is philosophically interesting, that analyzing how language works can solve or dissolve philosophical problems. In Epistemology, Russell framed questions about knowledge, justification, and the external world that still structure contemporary debates. The distinction between knowledge by acquaintance and knowledge by description, even if not ultimately tenable, captures something important about different kinds of knowing. Russell's analysis of perception, memory, and induction, even where it failed, identified real problems that epistemology must address. Beyond these technical contributions, Russell's greatest legacy may be methodological and cultural. He showed that philosophy could be done with the rigour of mathematics, that vague questions could be made precise, that careful analysis could replace speculative system building. He demonstrated that one could combine technical excellence with public engagement, that philosophy could address both specialized academic questions and urgent social issues. Russell's example of intellectual courage and integrity remains valuable. He changed his views when he saw problems, acknowledged failures when his theories did not work, and refused to defend positions out of pride or stubbornness. He followed arguments wherever they led, even when conclusions were uncomfortable or unpopular. He spoke truth to power, regardless of personal cost. These virtues are as important as any specific philosophical contribution. Russell's political activism shows that philosophers can and should engage with the world's problems. His opposition to war, advocacy for nuclear disarmament, campaigns for social reform, all demonstrated that philosophical reflection should lead to moral action. Whether one agrees with all Russell's political positions or not, his model of the philosopher as citizen, as moral agent, as someone who takes public stands on controversial issues, remains inspiring. The tension in Russell's work between technical philosophy and public engagement reflects a deeper question about philosophy's proper role. Should philosophy aim at truth through specialized inquiry, accepting that this makes it inaccessible to non-specialists? Or should philosophy aim at wisdom and guidance for living, accepting that this requires accessibility over precision? Russell tried to do both and succeeded partially at each, but the tension was never resolved. Contemporary philosophy has largely chosen specialization over accessibility, technical precision over public engagement. Most philosophical work today is published in specialized journals, written in technical language, addressing questions that matter only to other specialists. Whether this represents progress in making philosophy more rigorous and scientific, or represents philosophy's abdication of its traditional role as a source of wisdom and cultural leadership, is hotly debated. Russell would likely have been troubled by this development. He believed philosophy should be both rigorous and relevant, both precise and accessible. His popular essays showed that complex ideas could be explained clearly without sacrificing depth. His technical work showed that rigor and precision were possible in philosophy. But combining these proved difficult, and contemporary philosophy has largely abandoned the attempt. The question of whether analytical philosophy, the tradition Russell helped create, has been good for philosophy remains contested. Critics argue that analytical philosophy is too narrow, too technical, too focused on puzzles that matter only to specialists, too dismissive of history and alternative traditions, too quick to declare problems solved when they have just been reformulated in technical vocabulary. Defenders respond that analytical philosophy has made genuine progress, that it has replaced vague speculation with precise analysis, that it has shown which problems admit of solution and which remain intractable, that its rigour and clarity are virtues not vices. They point to advances in logic, philosophy of science, philosophy of language, and metaphysics as evidence that analytical methods work. This debate cannot be resolved definitively because it reflects different conceptions of what philosophy should be. But we can say that Russell's analytical approach has been enormously influential, that it has produced important insights and raised new questions, and that it has also had costs in terms of accessibility, breadth, and engagement with lived experience. A balanced view recognizes both the achievements and limitations of the tradition Russell helped create. Russell's influence extends beyond professional philosophy to science, technology, literature, and culture. His popular writings reached millions of readers and shaped how educated people think about science, religion, morality, and society. His advocacy for nuclear disarmament helped create a global peace movement. His educational ideas influenced progressive schools worldwide. His writings on marriage and sexuality contributed to changing social norms around gender and sexuality. Some of Russell's predictions and hopes have been realized. Education has become more child-centered and less authoritarian. Women have gained greater equality and freedom. Nuclear weapons have not been used in war since 1945. International institutions and international law have grown stronger. These developments were not solely due to Russell, obviously, but his advocacy and arguments contributed to creating the climate of opinion that made them possible. Other hopes have been disappointed. War continues. Poverty and inequality persist. Nationalism and tribalism remain powerful forces. Religious fundamentalism has grown in some parts of the world. The threat of nuclear weapons has not disappeared and may be increasing as more nations acquire them. Russell's optimism that reason and education would gradually create a more peaceful and just world seems naive in hindsight. Yet Russell's vision of a world governed by reason, committed to human welfare, organized to prevent war and reduce suffering, remains compelling even if unrealized. The fact that we have not achieved this vision does not prove it is impossible or unworthy. Perhaps it requires more time, better strategies, more committed action. Or perhaps Russell underestimated how resistant human nature and social institutions are to rational reform. Either way, the vision remains a valuable ideal against which to measure our actual world. Russell's life and work raise fundamental questions about philosophy's value. If Russell's major programs failed, if his most ambitious theories were wrong, if his predictions were not borne out, what was the point? What did all that brilliant philosophical work achieve? These are serious questions that every philosopher should confront. One answer is that philosophy's value lies not in producing final truths, but in the activity of thinking rigorously about fundamental questions. Even if we do not solve problems, the attempt to think clearly about them, to distinguish what we know from what we merely assume, to examine our concepts and arguments critically, has value. It makes us more thoughtful, more humble, more aware of complexity and difficulty. It is an exercise in intellectual virtue worth pursuing for its own sake. Another answer is that philosophy makes progress even when specific theories fail. We learn from failures. We understand problems better even when we cannot solve them. We develop better tools and methods even when applying them does not yield final answers. Philosophy advances not by accumulating certain truths, but by eliminating errors, clarifying concepts and improving arguments. By this standard, Russell's philosophy was hugely successful. A third answer is that philosophy's value lies in its practical applications, in how it shapes culture, informs policy and guides action. Russell's work influenced education, contributed to peace movements, advanced women's rights, and shaped how people think about science, religion, and morality. These are concrete benefits that matter regardless of whether Russell's technical philosophical theories were correct. All three answers have merit, and Russell's philosophy exemplifies all three kinds of value. His technical work advanced philosophical understanding even where it failed. His popular writing influenced culture and policy in positive ways. His example of thinking rigorously about fundamental questions while engaging actively with the world's problems remains inspiring. The final question is what we should learn from Russell today. What aspects of his work remain relevant? What methods should we emulate? What mistakes should we avoid? This will depend partly on what we think philosophy should do, but some lessons seem clear. First, intellectual honesty matters more than defending theories. Russell's willingness to acknowledge failure and revise views is more admirable than stubborn defense of positions. Philosophy progresses through honest recognition of problems, not through rhetorical skill in defending failed theories. Second, clarity and precision are valuable but not sufficient. Russell showed that vague questions could be made precise, and that this sometimes reveals that questions rest on confusions. But not all important questions can be made precise without distorting them, and not all philosophical problems are amenable to logical analysis. Clarity is a tool, not the only goal. Third, philosophy should engage with science and incorporate scientific findings. Russell took science seriously and tried to make his philosophy consistent with scientific knowledge. This remains important, though we must avoid scientism, the view that science is the only source of knowledge, or that scientific methods are appropriate for all questions. Fourth, philosophy should address practical questions about how to live and organize society. Russell combined technical philosophy with moral and political engagement. Contemporary philosophy's focus on specialized technical questions, while valuable, should not completely replace broader engagement with questions of value, meaning, and justice. Fifth, moral courage and intellectual independence matter. Russell stood for his convictions despite personal cost, questioned authority, and refused to accept ideas on tradition or consensus alone. These virtues remain essential, especially in times of polarization and tribalism. Sixth, philosophy requires humility about what it can achieve. Russell began with ambitious hopes of putting all knowledge on certain foundations, and ended acknowledging that these hopes were unrealistic. This trajectory from confidence to humility is itself philosophically valuable, teaching us to be modest about philosophy's power while still pursuing it seriously. Russell's ultimate legacy is complex and ambiguous. He transformed how philosophy is done in the English-speaking world, created new fields and methods, influenced culture and politics, and exemplified intellectual and moral virtues. But his major theoretical programs failed. His predictions were often wrong, and the analytical tradition he helped create has both enriched and impoverished philosophy. Perhaps this ambiguity is appropriate. Philosophy deals with the hardest questions facing human thought, questions that may have no final answers. Success cannot mean solving all problems or building perfect systems. It means thinking clearly, arguing rigorously, acknowledging error honestly, and contributing to ongoing inquiry that future generations will continue. By this standard, Bertrand Russell was one of the greatest philosophers of the 20th century, and his work remains valuable and challenging today. His failures teach us humility. His successes show what careful thought can achieve. His example demonstrates how to live thoughtfully and courageously in a complex and often tragic world.